The story begins on a snowy day in the mountains. The chilled wind, filled with snow, is blowing, capable of freezing someone to death. Some people are inquiring of a boy about an ancient relic and where it has been hidden. The boy is in a pretty injured state. One of his arms has been cut and is lying on his knee. But he smiles confidently and asks if he would tell that to others if they were in his place. One of them angrily rushes toward him to attack him. But his comrade stops him and says they must contact the main squad first. He contacts his squad, informs them that they have the Northern Phantom, and requests them to confirm their coordinates. He then calls the boy, whose name is Zeke Draker, and appreciates his persistence even though his arms have been cut off. He asks him why the Northern Phantom is after the relic that the Emperor is after. Zeke stays silent while they continue to chat with each other, saying they have suffered for so many days because of him, so they need to have some fun with him before the main squad gets there, so they can pay him back for the hardships they have gone through. Both his arms have been cut off, but they don't pity on him, and ask him to brace himself because they won't stop until he is desperately begging them to kill him. One of them smiles, says he will go first, and targets his head. Suddenly, Zeke picks up one of his arms with the help of his mouth and thinks he will not let this end, as he is not able to do anything about it. He is known as the Draker household's first failed awakener. He was born into the great Dragonslayer household with a body that couldn't use aura. However, he failed to awaken, which should have been a given for a knight. He was treated as trash and chased out of his household. After that, he did everything he could to become stronger and survive. At present, he picks up his sword, while the soldiers in front of him flip the coins in front of him. He is happy to see that the coin shows heads, which means he can attack Zeke first. But all of a sudden, Zeke gets up and slashes his head in just one attack. He then turns toward the second one, who seems frightened. Zeke moves swiftly and takes him down by stabbing the sword into his chest. He is a healer, so he can easily fix his arms. Soon, he successfully attaches both of his arms. But some other enemies appear in front of him, and they are many in number. One of them suggests they should cut his head off so that he would die. Zeke also rushes to attack them and starts fighting them bravely and intensely. A few hours later, he is so injured. Multiple swords have been stabbed in his back. His mouth is bleeding, and it looks like he will be dying soon. He is disappointed that he was unable to take his revenge, but he was able to steal the relic that the Emperor was after. So, it wasn't a bad deal. He holds the relic in his hand and apologizes to someone named Alicia in his mind. Suddenly, a creature appears in front of him, emitting a yellow aura from all around its body. A system window appears there, saying his strong will can awaken an ancient power. The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists. The system asks for his verification, while Zeke thinks it's just an illusion that he is hearing some voices when he is about to die. The system continues to ask him, so he annoyingly asks it to do as it pleases. The system then informs him that the Awakener's agreement has been confirmed and an irreversible power is being activated. After that, a countdown started, starting from 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Zeke gets unconscious, and after regaining his consciousness, he looks like a 10-year-old kid. He wonders if he has returned to the past. It's so hard to believe for him because he can still feel the sensation of the sword being stuck into his stomach vividly. The room seems familiar to him. He recognizes this place is a cradle, Draker household training institution, the Cradle. It is revealed that the Draker family is known as a Dragon Slayer family. The Draker household is one of the 3 great transcendent households. Tarek Draker was the hero who saved the continent by killing the evil dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded the current Draker household. It was because they were the descendants of the Dragon Slayer Tarek Draker. All of the descendants of the Draker bloodline had the blessing of the aura. Therefore, they were able to easily awaken their high-level aura and became knights. But all were able to awaken except Zeke in his past life, and he was known as a failure. Suddenly, the system window appears, saying the administration system is restarting. He gets up immediately, wondering where the voice has come from. But the system again appears and informs him that the soul of the Awakener has been confirmed. Moreover, the soul of the chosen Awakener, having received the will of the Elder Dragon and being merged completely, has been confirmed. The system notifies that he has obtained the authority to use a part of the system. He wonders if an artifact got activated, and he is able to hear such things. In the meantime, the status window appears in front of him. A status window appears, showing his name, title, class, and skills like healing, composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. Zeke tries to touch the status window, but his hand goes through it. He then checks up on his class skills, which are healing, composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. He remembers his master told him about these skills in his past life. She told him that people of the ancient world would categorize themselves into classes, depending on what they were good at. Each class would train in a specialized technique known as skills. His class is a healer, so he can use a skill known as healing. He remembers that after he awakened in his past life, she trained him so hard that he was on the verge of death. However, according to the status window, he is already a healer. He then decides to test his skills. He activates his mana and surrounds it around his body. He remembers the moment he became a healer in his past life, which was when he was in his 20s, right after the Ether Hall was unlocked. He checks his body's stats and finds out that his Ether Hall is already unlocked. With this, he now understands that even though his trained body no longer exists, he has returned to the past with his skills and memories. As compared to who he was before his regressions, he is in a much more advantageous position. He sits on the bed and opens the window, thinking he needs to find out what he has at his disposal first. In the meantime, he hears a voice from outside, someone asking him permission to come in. He gets scared and thinks he needs to hide the status window, but he has no idea how to turn it off. The next moment, his exclusive servant, Decker, enters the room and asks him why he is not ready yet. Zeke surprisingly asks him what he needs to be prepared for. He observes that Decker can't see the status window and gets relieved. But Decker stares at him angrily and asks if he is seriously asking him this question. Zeke gets scared of him and remembers he was really scared of Decker in his past life when he was young. At this time, he has the mind of a 32-year-old man, but he can't help but feel the fear that's engraved into his body. Suddenly, the status window appears, saying his skill-composed mind has been activated. He is surprised that his nervousness disappears in an instant. The system notified that this composed mind skill will enable the user not to be shaken regardless of the situation, and they will be able to maintain a composed mind. Zeke looks at the status window and thinks it is so convenient that it is activated automatically. Meanwhile, Decker calls him and says he has already repeatedly told him that this event is very important to him. When Zeke doesn't reply, he calls him and asks if he is even listening to him. Zeke replies that he is surely listening to him and is talking about the pancreation evaluation test, which he failed in his past life. It is revealed that all Drakers go through a training system called the Kralda, which starts when they are 7 years old. They go through strict basic training for 5 years. The instructors evaluate the incoming students each year through competitions of swordsmanship and combat of pancreation without rules. The opponents are chosen by the instructors, but there are occasions when the students choose whom they fight, given that they both consent. As there are no rules, there are people who come out of the fights injured, or even those who do not make it out alive. However, this competition determines the class of students who are placed within the academy. Therefore, the children had no choice but to fight with all they had. After some time, they all gather on a significant ground, where the instructor greets them all and assumes that they are all aware that this is the last part of the evaluation. He is known as the head instructor, and his name is Pan Mark. He asks everyone to prepare themselves, and they will get started right away. Meanwhile, all the students make fun of Zeke by saying he is there again after the humiliation he went through last year. Pan Mark then calls 2 students for a duel. As soon as he asks them to begin the fight, they both rush toward each other. A student kicks another in the face and makes him fall to the ground. The students assume that the fight is already over. Zeke, who is watching them quietly, thinks he was deathly afraid of this when he was young. But now, these guys are nothing. He gets bored and yawns in class while a student sitting at a distance is watching him. He has devilish intentions in his eyes to defeat Zeke in today's spar. After some time, it's Zeke's turn, and his opponent is a boy named Leon. Leon makes fun of saying he is back here again, and he guesses he didn't get enough of his attention last year. Zeke remembers he lost this fight in his past life, and he also begged him for his life. He apologized to him and also requested that he spare his life. He is sure that Leon has pulled some strings behind the scenes and cheats every year. He wonders how this type of boy can be his cousin. In his past life, the 4 siblings of the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet. However, there were more than a dozen cousins who were more than willing to bully him. At present, Leon makes fun of and says it's really brave of him to come back out there after getting beaten up like last time. He asks him if he hasn't learned his lesson because he is inferior. Zeke activates his class skill, Composed Mind, and thinks it has been a while since he has had to listen to his stupid insults. He then calls him confidently and says he will not be nice if he calls him that again. Leon grabs his hair angrily and asks what he will do. Suddenly, Zeke activates his skill, Critical Strike, and hits him back while pushing him away. The status window shows that this skill inflicts critical damage to the enemy and may be encountered in case of failure to hit. Leon screams while grabbing his face. Zeke only intended to knock him out, but the skill got activated when he just punched him like usual. The instructor, Panmark, calls him and asks what he is doing. He asks him why he attacked his opponent before he announced the start. Zeke confidently replies that no one says ready, get set, and go on the battlefield. He smiles and exclaims that the one to hit first always has the advantage. The instructor is shocked to see him and wonders if he just felt bloodlust from Zeke a moment ago. Meanwhile, Leon gets up angrily and says he is ready to fight him. He has killing intent in his eyes and says he is strong enough to kill that guy. After a while, Panmark asks them to begin the fight. Leon rushes toward him to attack while Zeke stays in his place. Leon thinks he was scared of his punch, but it didn't hit. He believes that Zeke will not be a threat if he just puts his guards up. He looks toward Zeke's left hand and thinks he just needs to be careful about this. He gets happy when he dodges Zeke's left hand attack. He then grabs him from his leg and arm and tries to throw him onto the ground. But in the next moment, he is shocked to see himself on the ground. He has no idea what just happened. Meanwhile, the instructor is also shocked by this. He thinks what he just saw was not a combat sense of a 12-year-old. The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down, he thought that Leon was going to win. However, Zeke punched Leon's chin and got out of his grasp. It is on Leon that he let his guard down, thinking that he had him there. But Zeke was so composed despite the fact that his counter failed. He wonders if he is really the Zeke Drake that he knew. Meanwhile, Leon thinks he needs to create distance between them first. He tries to get up, but Zeke hits him on the knee and makes him fall again. Leon shockingly wonders how he is so strong when he is so small. He then gets up and rushes toward him to attack angrily. But Zeke activates his class skill, Heightened Senses. He can now move quickly and has gotten used to controlling ether. He twists his arm and grabs Leon's arm from the other side. He then picks him up in the air and throws him to the ground, putting an end to the fight. He then activates the skill Precise Stab, which will help him stab the weak points of the enemy for critical damage. He grabs Leon by his neck and is about to attack him with his right hand, but he asks him to stop. But Zeke doesn't stop and punches him, saying this should be enough for him to learn a lesson. Meanwhile, the instructor and the students are shocked to see Zeke fighting like this. He then grabs his hair and exclaims that his head feels better since he has sweated a bit. He can clearly recognize the people around him. He stares at them and asks them to come to him if they want to say something. Meanwhile, a student from the audience calls him and says he chose him as his opponent because he has something to say to him. Zeke recognizes him as Jakin Bardek, another of his cousins. Zeke replies that he will fight him, but he alone is too boring. He calls his servant Liam Stone and asks him to join his master in the fight. He smiles and exclaims that this will make the fight a fair one. Jakin angrily asks him if he just insulted him. Zeke smiles and replies that he is too dumb to understand this. He gets angry to hear this and thinks he will surely beat him to death. Panmark calls Zeke and forbids him from doing anything before he gives the go-ahead. Liam and Jakin stand in front of him, and they will both fight him. Zeke seems happy to see the mercenary king, Liam, again in this life. Even in his past life, as Jakin's servant, he joined the cradle and the academy. But because he was a distant relative, he was left behind in education. After that, he begged to join the higher education of the academy, Valhalla, but he eventually ended up joining the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranin. Once Baranin fell, he ended up becoming a mercenary. In those chaotic times, people flocked to the strong. With his long tenure as a mercenary, Liam became a Red Knight and started his own stone mercenaries. He united the three largest mercenary groups and was also called the Mercenary King. After that, the Empire hired the stone mercenaries, so Liam entered the Continental Wars. Zeke, along with the Northerners, faced him as a foe. He smiles and thinks things can be different this time. Meanwhile, Panmark asks them to begin the fight, and Jakin attacks him first. Zeke grabs his hand and says he already asked them to come to him together. Jaken pulls his hand and replies that he won't play along with him. He tries to kick his head, but his leg hurts when he hits Zeke's arm. Zeke comments that he should have looked properly before kicking. Jaken looks at his leg, which is getting hurt. Zeke takes advantage of his distraction and rushes toward him to attack. He is then about to punch him, and Jaken covers his face with both arms in order to block his attack. But Zeke hits his leg, saying he is too scared that he didn't even predict the attack correctly. He then punches him in his stomach, and Jaken's mouth starts bleeding. Zeke exclaims that this was the reason he asked them to come together, because he alone wasn't enough. Jaken falls to the ground and calls Liam. He orders him to kill Zeke for his sake. Liam heads toward him while covering his hand. He is also 12 years old like them, but the most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane reach. Zeke is aware that he won't be able to do anything if he lets him attack first. He activates his skill, Slash, and starts speedily with the speed of light. He tries to land multiple attacks on Liam before he can even react. His skills enable him to launch a barrage of attacks at the enemy, interfering with their sight. The students are shocked to see his immense speed because they haven't seen anything like that. Zeke has used a northern fist fighting technique in the Midlands, where swords dominate. However, he feels weak after using this skill because his body is weak. Furthermore, Liam's monstrous physique is the real problem because he doesn't counterattack or dodge, but he is just taking it all in with his guard up. He remembers Liam used to be more aggressive in his time as the mercenary king. Zeke can feel that his body is reaching its limits. At such a young age, he can now see how strong Liam's body is. He thinks he will take him down through his guards. He then uses a strong fist technique and tries to overpower him with a punch, but Liam successfully dodges him this time too. He thinks Liam has got some insane senses, but he can't see both sides at the same time. Suddenly, Liam grabs his hand and tries to twist him to the ground, but Zeke kicks his head from behind unexpectedly. He then activates his class skill and heightened senses to predict his movements easily. Liam tries to grab him, but he slips out of his hands and twists around his arm. He has blocked his oxygen level and thinks no matter how strong his body is, he can't do much without oxygen in his brain. But Liam still has the power to attack him and hits him multiple times all over his body. He has aggression in his eyes, while Zeke feels somehow helpless, hunched over his monstrous body. The fight continues, and they are still fighting and hitting each other. The students are shocked to see such a fight after some time. Zeke has broken both his hands and arms. Meanwhile, another student who is watching them fighting seems excited to see Zeke and thinks it will be worth taking him down. After some time, he goes to his room, where Decker asks him about his health since he heard he was greatly injured in pancreation. Zeke opens his cupboards to change and replies that he is alright. Decker then asks him for permission to check his pulse. Zeke is aware that he wants to check if he has awakened his aura. He then gives him his hand. Decker keeps 2 fingers on his wrist to check his pulse, and Zeke is shocked to know that his aura indicates he is a blue knight. When someone wants to check whether he has awakened, they usually just take a look at their denshin, but Decker is being really thorough with it. Moreover, if he is able to control it so precisely like this, then he has got to be a blue knight. It is a fact that not all knights are the same. They are classified in accordance with their martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency. White swordsmen are at the novice level, and most children before the blessing rite are white swordsmen. Next are the yellow swordsmen, and they are at the level when they awaken their aura and open their danshin. All the trainees of the cradle become yellow swordmen after the blessing rite. Once they have learned to freely control their aura, they earn the title of knight. The next stage is of purple knights, and they are at the level at which they can reinforce their swords with an aura. Blue knight is the level at which they can manifest an aura blade. The realm of those who have transcended their limits, the realm that the mercenary King Liam and Zeke have reached before his regression, is called the Red Knight. At present, Zeke wonders how someone skilled enough to be a commander ends up acting as his babysitter. However, he is sure that Drecker can't detect his ether because this is something only 2 people in the entire world can use. After a while, Drecker leaves his hand and asks if he is perhaps hiding something from him. Zeke counter-questions him if he is hiding something from him. Drecker gets quiet at this. He then leaves him, saying he was just joking. Drecker asks him why he has changed so suddenly. But Zeke corrects his question, saying he should ask why he has only changed now. He then tells him that many things will change from now on, and the things are just going to their rightful places, so all he needs to do is follow him. Decker respectfully bows before him and replies that he understands this. He then informs him that he has already prepared the training room he has asked for. Zeke asks him to rest, and he says he will go to the training ground. He thinks if Decker was ordered to keep an eye on him, he better keep him close to him so that he can get information out of him instead. He wonders who ordered him to keep an eye on him. He doesn't assume it's someone from his mother's side. Therefore, he is sure that it must be one of his siblings. He then enters a lavish personal training room. He opens his status window, which is a low-rank administrator window, which shows his skills, class skills, draconian skills, etc. He observes that his slash skill has become proficient and is at E rank. He issues it, and the more he uses the skill was naturally activated based on his actions, which means he had this skill before. He wonders if he learns something new, then it will be added there as a skill, too. He doesn't even know the difference between a skill and a class skill. Moreover, the draconian skill cannot be viewed because he needs 10 points to unlock it. He can also earn karma points by killing monsters, and his current karma points are 0. Zeke thinks there are a bunch of monsters in the dungeons, but he needs to be at least a purple knight to get in there. However, he is more curious about why he regressed to the past and what this system is. The skill and class thing tells him it must be related to that ancient relic, but he has so little information. He then grabs his sword and thinks he will use the system as long as it can help him become strong. He grabs the sword with determination and thinks he needs to become stronger, whether it's the system he is using or Dracker. It is said that there are 2 known powers in the world, the aura of the knights and the mana of the mages. Knights reinforce their aura in the dungeons. Meanwhile, mages handle their mana through circles. The 2 powers are on opposite ends of the spectrum, so if they have awakened one, they can't awaken the other. However, he was unfortunate enough to be unable to awaken either the Danshan or the circle. In his previous life, Zeke was abandoned by his household and met Master during his vagabond days. His master taught him a lot of things, but the most useful things he taught him were healing and the Ether Hall. Through the Ether Hall, which Master had developed, he was able to handle the energy of nature, ether. At that time, he and his master were the only ether users in the world. At present, he trains for only 2 hours, but he already feels like he is going to collapse. He activates his healing skills and vigor recovery. By activating those skills, his body starts healing. He thinks about the skill of healing, which is a rare skill that he didn't even know existed until he met the master. If he were to use it in front of people, they would treat him as an irregular. Therefore, he was unable to use it during his fight against Liam. So, he had to hurry to heal himself as soon as he got back to his room. Now, he has recovered and started training again. A few hours later, he seems exhausted from training, but it's dinner time. 1 week later, at the Cradle cafeteria, the students are talking about his sudden change. The student assumes that he must have used black magic. At the same time, a table is filled with appetizing food in a private hall. A student named Rihanna Turun takes a bite of beef steak. Another student named Owen Zimmons asks her to eat to her fill, even if she doesn't want to. He says he needs the energy for swordsmanship. Jackin interrupts him and asks if he is trying to piss him off right now, while Owen replies he was just being nice, but he guesses his inferiority complex is just that bad. Jackin gets up angrily and even throws his food. Rihanna stares at him angrily but doesn't say anything. He asks Rihanna what she will do now because his opponent is Zeke Draker, who is a tough opponent. Owen exclaims that Pancration was savage but impressive at the same time, but he is sure Zeke will be pathetic when it comes to swordsmanship. He smirked and said he wouldn't be able to do anything when he could barely hold up the sword. They make fun of him, saying he is so weak that he had to get a customized sword because the basic ones were too heavy for him. They are confident that they won't lose to him. Meanwhile, Jackin interrupts and says Zeke only won against him because of luck. Rihanna and everyone else present there clearly know that he didn't win by luck, but Zeke overpowered him. Rihanna then gets up and leaves by saying if they truly believe that, then they have no right to be knights of the Draker household. In a sword duel, unlike a Pancration, real swords are used. It is the cause of most incidents within the Cradle. It's also where the difference between the cadets' skills is most glaringly shown, and a month after the current final exams. The Blessing Rite will commence, the event where the Drakers awaken their aura. The next morning, the instructor asks Zeke to come to him. He shockingly asks him why he has brought that ridiculously large sword. The students whisper about him, wondering if he thinks a big sword makes him stronger. His opponent is Rihanna Tarun, who is staring at him confidently. He then aggressively says he has chosen him as his opponent. Zeke smiles and replies it sounds very good. He swings his sword and exclaims that he accepts his challenge. Rihanna is surprised to see that he is lifting a claymore so easily. Now, she is facing him, so she understands that he isn't the Zeke she knew, the one who could barely hold a sword properly. She then grins his teeth and thinks she can't be intimidated by him before the duel begins. She accepted this duel confidently, and there's no way for her to return now. Meanwhile, Zeke also seems scared of her because Rihanna is the future Lightning Knight, and the duel against her is quite nerve-wracking. Rihanna Tarun, also known as the Lightning Knight, was one of the knights who made a name for herself during the Continental Wars. She was also noted to be one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers, as she was one who awakened her aura even before she went through the blessing rite. At this time, she must have awakened her aura a few years ago. However, she hasn't used it in the cradle, saying she wanted to improve her fundamentals. Meanwhile, the instructor asks them to begin the fight. They both strike each other with their swords. Rihanna tries to attack him by covering the distance between them, but he manages to maintain his distance and stays balanced. Zeke observes she is better than he expected. The students ask Rihanna to kill him in one strike, and not make this fight longer. Zeke comes closer to her and tries to attack her. The students think he is an idiot since he comes closer to her, but it seems like Rihanna is struggling against him, and Zeke dodges her bravely. Rihanna can sense the gaps between her and Zeke, but he blocks her every time. No matter how quickly she tries to take advantage of them, his swords come to meet her as if he is applauding her for her attempts. After that, he opens up another gap for her, and it seems like he is trying to play with her. She feels like this is a training ground that is meant for teaching her. After some time, she falls on the ground while Zeke stays there, standing calm and firm. She stares at him while sweating all over. Zeke thinks this is how the Lightning Knight fought back when she was in the cradle. Her sword is honest, and it's expected from someone who was obsessed with their fundamentals. But he wants to help her break out of her shell. Suddenly, Zeke bows to an extremely low stance, which means he intends to close the gap in one go. This time, she is ready to block his attack. He reaches her quickly and tries to attack, but she dodges him. She thinks that reacting to his moves is possible as long as there is distance between them. Zeke hits the sword on the ground, which results in breaking the ground. She wonders what he is trying to do by swinging the sword. But she is shocked when some of the pebbles hit her head, injuring her. Zeke takes advantage of her distractions and reaches her in no time. He keeps the sword on her neck, and at that moment, Rihanna knows that she is finished now. But he moves the sword on time, and attacks him in such a way that Zeke's sword slips from his hand, and falls to the ground. The instructor observes that the moment Zeke's attack closes in on Rihanna, she uses the faintest amount of aura. It was an amount that's barely noticeable. He looks toward Rihanna and thinks she was the one who promised never to use aura until she got into the academy. But Zeke was able to force her at this moment. Suddenly, Zeke appears there and punches her, saying the fight is not over yet. She sits on the ground, and her mouth starts bleeding. The students get up in Rihanna's support, saying this is a sword duel, and they don't stand for such cheap attacks. Everyone calls for Rihanna, saying this is her victory. They also shout at Zeke and ask him to be ashamed of himself. Ignoring them all, Zeke asks Rihanna if she wants to continue. She thinks she hasn't lost yet, and he only struck her because she let her guard down. She then suddenly observes that if Zeke wasn't bare-handed and had the sword in his hand, he could have killed her. She admits to losing her guard, which is clearly her defeat. The students are shocked to hear this. Zeke Draker, who was called human scum just a few days ago, achieved victory against one of the most talented children among the famed houses. The instructor announces that this is Zeke Draker's victory, while Rihanna stays there quietly. On the other side, outside a dungeon, some guards are taking the dead bodies of soldiers. Abel Draker is taking tea quietly and calmly on the other side of the window, while his comrade aggressively asks him how he is drinking tea in this situation. He points toward a letter and informs him that Zeke has defeated Rihanna. Abel gets up and asks how long they have until the blessing rite. He then walks toward the window and says it is the right moment to pay the family a visit. He smiles and exclaims, just curious to know what kind of awakening their youngest brother is going through. Although Zeke's victory left the entirety of the cradle in shock, he simply returned to the training facility and resumed practicing. About a month later, on the day of the blessing rite, Zeke cleans his sweating face and wonders how he managed to become a red knight with this body in his previous life. He opens his status window to check his stats, and some of his skills are at a new high level. He observes that once his skill mastery surpasses the expert level, the skill ranks up, and the mastery resets. He is at rank E of precise stab, rank E of slash, and rank D of critical strike. He even managed to improve his mastery of swift steps, which is the skill he gained during the duel. Meanwhile, Decker appears there, and Zeke asks him what he wants now. He tells him they are leaving in 2 hours, and he replies that he will join him soon. A few hours later, he is in a carriage, going toward the main estate, and thinks it's been a while since he has been at the main estate. This place belongs to the Draker family and is situated within the Duchy of Troy, although the family's main residence is located in the heart of the continent, at the Four-Season Fortress in the Middleland. The blessing rite must be held at the main estate, where the legend of the Dragon Slayer started. Soon, he reaches outside the Draker family's main estate, the Dragon's Nest Lair. After some time, all the children gather in a big hall. Zeke observes the onlookers closely while standing in the lane. He observes that all the onlookers are famous people whom they hear about from the Continental newsletter. He is also sure that his family has sent informants to keep an eye on him. However, he doesn't care about his intentions, and thinks that once they see him failing his awakening, they will just ignore him after that. Suddenly, he gets angry to see Abel there, and wonders what he is doing there. He greets someone who asks him what brings him to the blessing rite. Abel smiles and replies that he has many reasons. One of them is that his adorable youngest brother is also there, so he wants to see his awakening. He is known as the second son of the Draker family, Lionblade and Abel Draker. Zeke recalls him as the butchering knight, Abel, and gives him a sharp look. He calms himself down and thinks he can do nothing right now. He remembers that in his past life, Abel would have never come to see him during the blessing rite. He wonders if his actions changed the future. He gripped his fist and thought this might be his chance. It is also possible that he awakened his power, unlike the last time. Meanwhile, a knight declares that they will now begin the blessing rite. He calls a student named Aaron to come out. He goes near a big pot filled with mana and stands in front of it. He then puts his arm into the pot. Suddenly, a large amount of energy is released from it, and his hands also start bleeding. A blue aura prevails everywhere, declaring that he is a blue knight. Through this blessing rite, every member of the Draker bloodline awakens their sealed aura when it's time for them to graduate from the cradle at the age of 12. Compared to ordinary knights, who awaken after the age of 20, it was incredibly fast. The knight then calls the next child to come forward. Among them, there are a few rare cases where, along with their aura, they will awaken a trait of the Dragon Slayer known as mana inhibition. When the next student puts his hand in the mana pot, the lamps suddenly turn off. The students are amazed to see the red aura indicating he is a red knight. These students will become at least as strong as yellow knights, though some have rivaled red and black knights, and undergo pure blood awakening. The knight orders someone to bring him the gloves. Because of the mana inhibition, everyone will require the usage of special gloves made by their family, or else they wouldn't be able to live an ordinary life. The students who are able to prove that they are of pure blood descent are conferred the Draker name. Along with that, they will be provided with the unimaginable support of the family and countless benefits. It's Zeke's turn, and everyone is hopeful for him because he beat Rione. He smiles and stands in front of the mana pot again. He remembers the last time, which was horrible. Although the blessing rite was the only thing that pushed him to get through the cradle, he got a shameful title. However, this time, everything is different. He can use his healing ability to heal any kind of damage. On top of that, he didn't give up and surrender, but he stood up for himself on his own. He puts his hand in the pot with a good hope this time. His aura emits for a while, and Zeke looks toward the stone statue with hope, but it doesn't move a bit. Suddenly, the flow of water stopped, and everyone was surprised because this had never happened before. Abel is also surprised at what is happening. Meanwhile, Zeke is so embarrassed that he thinks he was aware that his new life wouldn't change his fate. He gets his hand out, thinking he shouldn't have expected things to change. He abuses Abel in his heart and thinks Abel has become too confident just because of him. The students are still surprised and wonder if it is even possible that someone fails to awaken. He can hear countless comments on him for being a cursed child and many other things. However, he is calm and thinks there are many other ways for him to get stronger, and this awakening doesn't matter to him. Suddenly, the status window appears in front of him, informing him that due to an error during processing, a message got delayed. Another window appears there, saying that the necessary information has been missing from the identification terminal during the class identification. However, his class information has been input using the system's authority. Another window informs him that some of the information is missing. But soon, many other status windows appear one after the other, and it has been confirmed that his class has now been unlocked. His class has been identified as a rare class. Suddenly, the status emits a red aura. Everyone is surprised to see the red light and wonders if he is starting off as red, which is quite unusual. Another status window appears there informing him that the ancient dragon's blessing, sealed within the user's soul, has been activated. Abel is just watching him quietly with surprise in his eyes. The status window appears in front of Zeke, saying the talent of Kin Fighter's blood has been awakened. His awakened talents have been combined. With the combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. This is surprising for Zeke because he has never heard about a unique class before. His new class name is Immortal, and the status window informs him that it has been awakened. The red light has now transformed into a golden light. All the people present there wonder what it indicates. Zeke thinks they surely have doubts, but it will work against him if he says something there. The people look toward the mana lamps, but they seem fine. Suddenly, Abel claps and asks them why they are acting so serious. He asks them to be happy because they got 2 pure blood awakenings in one batch. He smiles and exclaims that this is something to celebrate. The other people also agree with him and comment that it's a blessing that they have 2 pure blood awakenings. Abel then orders the hosting knight to bring a glove for Zeke. He then wears the glove, having an ominous feeling throughout his body. The knight calls the next student to come forward. Abel is still staring at Zeke, who can feel his gaze clearly on his back. He thinks Abel's intentions are obvious, but taking his help at this moment feels like a shit to him. After some time, the knight declares the end of the blessing rite, and they will have a celebration party soon for all the new awakeners. Meanwhile, Zeke walks in the opposite direction, thinking there should be a training room there. Suddenly, Abel calls him from behind and asks where he is wandering off so early into the party. He extended his hand to congratulate him on his pure blood awakening. Zeke smiles and thinks that if he refuses his handshake, then his hostility toward him will be shown. He is about to extend his hand, but he remembers all the hardships he faced because of him in his past life. He stops his hand right there and pulls toward him. Abel smiles to hide his awkwardness. Zeke stares at him and thinks that he can't shake his hand even for the sake of saving face. Abel then puts his hand on his shoulder and is about to leave, saying he will see him again. Zeke also thinks he will surely see him again, but he will see him for the sake of his revenge. After some time, at the party, everyone is discussing Zeke's golden light, which happened for the first time in the blessing rite ceremony. They wonder where he is not because he is not to be found anywhere there. On the other side, Zeke goes to his room and removes his gloves and coat, which were quite suffocating. He then realizes that he has taken off the gloves, but he is totally fine. It is a fact that all pure blood awakenings have the ability to inhibit mana inhibition. It's the ability that proves he is the opposite of the dragons, the source of mana. However, because most machines use mana as their fuel, a pureblood required the use of the house's gloves. Zeke wonders if he was a pureblood. Then, there should have been problems as soon as he took this glove off. He then decided to check his status window to see what kind of changes had occurred. The status window appears in front of him. This time, it is completely different from before. He now has mana reflection skills but not mana inhibition. He sits in the chair to read the status window properly. The status window appears there, telling him about the skill mana reflection, which creates a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. He observes that the mana reflection is categorized as a skill, and the mana lamps were fine because it's not a passive skill. He was a rare healer before the blessing rite, but now the status window also shows his unique immortal class. He remembers that all the graduates had regular awakenings with a blue aura. Only Rihanna had a red pure blood awakening. His awakening was too red at first, but then it turned into gold. The system also told him that the classification terminal had lost critical information. He wonders if the classification terminal means the bronze statue. As soon as the system put in the information, the halted break status began to emit a red light. He now understands what happened at that time. It is a fact that the bronze statue doesn't determine whether they are awakened or not, but it determines the user's disposition and their class. It shows red for a rare class, and gold for a unique class. It is revealed that the bronze statue is an ancient relic used even before Terrakin, the founder of the Drakers. The concept of class doesn't exist nowadays, so it was only used to check whether one had awakened. They have mislabeled the red light, which is shown as a sign of a rare class, as a pure blood awakening. He wonders how no family member realized this. He then goes forward and observes that he has karma points of 100 now. He didn't realize when he got them. The system asks him for permission if he wants to use points to view his draconian skills. He presses on, yes, and many status windows appear in front of him. His draconian skills have now been opened, and he has 3 more skills: Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour, but they are all locked. The Dragon Eyes skill allows the user to view detailed information about an individual after careful observation, but it needs 20 points to unlock. The Might of the Dragon skill allows the user to make their enemies surrender with their aura, and it needs 30 points to unlock. The last skill, Devour, will enable users to eat and digest a lot, and needs 50 points to unlock. Zeke decides to check Dragon Eyes and the Might of the Dragon first, but he is also stuck in the skill Devour that allows him to eat and digest a lot. He thinks he should get something that's obviously good rather than taking a chance. He unlocked the Dragon Eye skill and the Might of the Dragon. He thinks the Might of the Dragon seems a little too dangerous to use there. He activates the skill Dragon Eye, which enhances his eyesight. However, he expected more because it said detailed information, but nothing has changed. He then opens up the window to see outside. He is amazed to see the skill's effect because the statue placed in the center of the garden feels like it is right in front of him. A status window appears there asking him whether he wants the detailed information about the detected object. He presses yes, and many status windows appear there telling him about the details of the object in the garden, and what material they are made of. Suddenly, he feels exhausted from using some of his energy. He sits on the chair, thinking he can't use the skills if his body is like this. In the meantime, the status window appears and shows him that his healing factor skill has been activated. This is surprising for Zeke because he didn't intend to use this skill. He observes that all his class skills have changed into passive abilities. Also, their levels have increased by 1. The status window shows that his body will automatically repair itself when it needs to. He is amazed to see this because healing may seem like it's already overpowered, but it's not something he can constantly spam. Also, its healing effects are limited. However, the healing factor is infinite, and he can use it multiple times at once. He decides to check his skill. He picks up a knife and cuts his arm. The healing factor immediately activates, and his arm gets healed in no time. He then thinks the academy takes 5 years to finish, but he is determined to finish it in just 2 years. It is revealed that the Draker Academy is the greatest academy on the continent, one that any aspiring knight would give an arm and a leg to enroll in. The Duchy of Troy, in which the academy is located, teems with life each time the new semester rolls around in spring. The higher-ranked students are no different from adults and are all trained to perfection. However, they are still children from the great families, and it seems they have already established their authority. Among the countless branch families supporting the Transcendent Draker family, the 3 families with the most influence are called the Great Families. The first one is called the Turun of Strength. The second most powerful family is the Zimans of Wisdom. The last one is called Vardek of Gold. Zeke observes that even the children of those 3 families are quite powerful. However, he walks away thinking this is not his business. After some time, he goes to the high-class dormitory Platinum Mansion. It's a dormitory furnished with a training hall, a library, and various kinds of facilities. It's only open to the highest-ranked students, and even those from the cradle enter it so easily. As for pure blood awakeners, they are given the special privilege of a floor master, an entire floor known as the Platinum Floor. He enters the floor, where a maid welcomes him warmly. She then escorts him to his assigned floor. There are many servants, and they all welcome him respectfully. Zeke thinks it's too much, even if he is a pure blood. A servant then informs him that Sir Decker is waiting for him in his room. He goes to his room, where Decker also welcomes him respectfully. He then tells him that he has something to deliver to him. He gives him a pair of gloves, which are on a different level from temporary gloves. He then ordered Decker to bring a new sword to him since his old sword was not good enough. It is revealed that the Duchy of Troy is close to the Giants' Mountains, so it is abundant with good quality iron and excellent craftsmen. It's to the point where people say that the first weapon of an academy alumnus is always a Trojan. Decker says he will search for a decent craftsman for him, but Zeke stops him. He reveals that he already has a craftsman in his mind. He wants to go in person, so he orders him to set an appointment. He gives him a piece of paper on which the name of Galleon Halbert is written. Decker is surprised because he has never heard of them before. He also gives him some documents, and Zeke has to read them before tomorrow, since the classes are starting. After he is gone, he starts reading the documents. He thinks the platinum floor is completely isolated, so he will have a lot more freedom to develop his draconian skills. Suddenly, a maid knocks at his door and informs him that the floor master Rihanna has sent a dinner invitation. It is surprising for Zeke, but he decides to accept the invitation. After some time, he reaches the place where Rihanna is waiting for him. She sends all the boys standing behind her away and apologizes to him, saying her family's people are rather peculiar. Zeke sits in the chair and thanks her for her concern. They start eating and will discuss business after their meal. Zeke observes her appearance and thinks she is fully utilizing her lower abdomen to control her aura. He wonders if she has already laid her eyes on the position of the Purple Knight. He continues to observe her while the servants are serving the food for them. After eating the food, Zeke looks at her with surprise. He always thought he was a big eater himself, but she is far beyond his expectations. Rihanna has eaten multiple plates and says they will get right down to business now. She offers him to accept the Turun family's support. This is surprising for Zeke, and he asks her to remember that he and Rihanna both are pure blood awakeners. Rihanna confidently replies, it seems like he has a misunderstanding about pure blood awakeners. She is aware that they receive many privileges, and just this platinum floor alone is proof of that. However, they don't receive any benefits in terms of their growth. They need the centuries of academic know-how accumulated in the academy, and a personal instructor to effectively raise their abilities. If they don't have these, no matter how well off they may be, they will fall behind. Rihanna explains the reason they need the family's support. Even Abel Draker, a pure blood like them, the youngest even to attain the title of the White Knight and the current Black Knight, receives support from his maternal family, the Zimmons family. She also tells Zeke that the patriarch of the Turun family has told her that Zeke won't receive support from his maternal family. Therefore, she is present there and offers him to accept the support from the Turun family. Zeke immediately refuses her offer. Rihanna is surprised at his refusal and asks him why, since receiving the Turun family's support shouldn't be a bad deal for him. Zeke gets up and leaves, saying he doesn't need anything more than what he already received as a pure blood awakener. He then turns his face and says he will give her a piece of advice in return for the meal she just offered him. He looks at her and says her sword has too much strength behind it, and she is too conscious of the people around her. He puts his hand on a tree and asks her to listen to him carefully. He exclaims that her greatest strength is the fluidity that arises from having a flexible body. He swings his hand in the air and wraps a lot of leaves in it while asking her not to receive attacks head-on and to crush her opponents with strength. He tells her that she can fluidly cast her opponent's attacks aside and land a single delicate strike. He shows her a live example of how she should move her sword and hand. He says she will become stronger than she is now multiple times if she follows his advice. He then leaves by thanking her for the meal. Rihanna strikes the table angrily and thinks the Turun family is the heralds of strength, and she was simply following her family's tradition. She recalls her training method and thinks she isn't conscious of others. But she then realizes that what Zeke said just now was right, because she had been obsessed with becoming a person fitting of the Turun name. Therefore, these things were unintentionally projected onto her sword as a result. However, Zeke simply saw right through that. She picks up a leaf and thinks that when she was young, everyone praised her as a genius, and not one person gave her any real advice. She wonders who Zeke Drecker really is and how he can give her such an important piece of advice. The next morning, when he goes toward his class, he thinks about his changed class skills, which all have insane performance. He feels totally fine even though he stayed up all night training. He has used the class skill Infinite Stamina, which enables him to offset any fatigue quickly by an infinite amount of stamina. In his past life, he thought of this place as hell. But now that he is a pureblood, this place is like heaven to him. He can see the students training behind them, and walks away calmly. In the meantime, a student named Owen calls him and asks if he is also a part of the special class. His name is Owen Zimmons, the third son of the Zimmons family, and it is one of the three great families. As schemes are Zimmons' specialty in his past life, Owen used others to bully him and cunningly maintained his own image. Owen asks him why he didn't come to his dinner invitation last night. Zeke surprisingly asks if his invitation was on his desk, but he doesn't even open it. Owen doesn't like his attitude and asks why he didn't reply. Zeke stares him back and exclaims that he does not need to reply to everyone. Suddenly, a big man comes forward and looks at Zeke angrily, saying he is being rather rude despite the young Master Owen's kindness. Zeke isn't scared of him and asks him about his identity. He smiles and asks Zeke how he doesn't know him, humiliating him by saying those from the cradle aren't worth much. Zeke leaves him, saying he understands that he wants to look good in front of his young master, but asks him to see his words before speaking. Suddenly, the boy attacks Zeke from behind and makes Zeke fall to the ground. Zeke observes that he is a high-ranking student and is capable of basic aura manipulation. He introduces himself as Durbin Roswell, also known as Mighty Durbin. He exclaims that he will teach Zeke some manners in place of his young master Owen. Zeke gets up, smiles evilly, and says a cadet who isn't even a knight has a pseudonym. He reaches him in no time and punches his stomach forcefully. This attack was unexpected for Durbin, and he spat some blood. Zeke makes him fall to the ground at a distance. He looks at the other students and asks who wants to come after Durbin. He calls Owen and asks him to come and pick a fight with him. Owen stares at him for a while. He then leaves him, saying he surely likes to bask in his own glory. After that, they all leave him quietly while the other students just look at them from a distance. It is revealed that the Draker Academy is largely split into two classes. There is a normal class, wherein the students are taught that they lack talent. They must overcome it with effort, and so they follow a strict regimen from early morning to late at night. Then, there is the special class, which can choose their subjects freely outside the basic subjects. Even within the academy, the place where the greatest elites gather is the special class. Zeke had some expectations from this class, but he observes that most of the people there are just alumni of the Cradle. This just looks like the Cradle class. After some time, the professor announced that they had called someone special to encourage the freshmen. He welcomes the Command-in-Chief, Dean Howard Draker. He enters the classroom happily and greets the students warmly. He is known as the war hero, Howard Draker, and the people worship him as a hero and a tactical genius. But the truth is that the information he leaked to the enemy for the sake of his own survival just happened to throw the enemy into chaos. Therefore, it is not bad to say that he is simply a traitor who got lucky. Zeke looks at him hatefully and remembers that he was the main perpetrator who got him kicked out of the academy. He lost the only remaining place where he could belong and ended up wandering all across the Duchy of Troy. Eventually, he got caught by slave traders and was sold off to the Southern Cartel. But in this life, he intends to take his revenge, and Howard Draker will be a part of this. He gives them a speech, and when he leaves, the professor hopes that they all have taken the dean's words to heart. He then asks the students to take their swords and head to the arena, as they will begin basic class. Soon, they reach the special class indoor arena. This is boring for Zeke since he didn't think that even the special class had to learn the basics of dragon slaying in his past life, simply because of the fact that he couldn't use aura. He spent 2 years learning what would have otherwise taken a person 3 months. A knight named Andre Draker appears there. He is a rose knight who looks gigantic and will teach them all the basics of dragon slaying. The students whisper about who he is, and they have never heard of him before. However, Zeke knows him very well. Despite not being a pure-blood awakener, he graduated early from the academy and graduated from Valhalla as valedictorian. He is a once-in-a-century genius who was awarded the Draker name. He is impressed that even the special classes teachers are on a different level compared to basic. He is famous for his inflexible personality, too. Andre stares at the students and orders them to be quiet. He then says they will begin the class now. He asks the students to draw their swords. When he looks at Zeke's big sword, he calls him and asks why he is using it. Zeke draws the sword and shows him some sword techniques. He then holds the sword and says he is using it. Andre told him to step into the arena. When he goes there, Andre asks him if he is not aware that he must pick a sword that suits his body. Zeke thinks he was aware that this would happen soon. He talks to Andre with an attitude and says he is sure that he can beat him with his sword. Andre gets angry at his words and stares at him to put pressure. Zeke immediately activates his class skills and indomitable mental defense to stay calm and confident. Andre takes out his sword and says that if he wishes to learn with his body, then he will do so. He challenges him to touch his body with a sword, and then he is expected to face not just punishment for his rudeness, but also punishment from the dragon-slaying basics class. He also swings his sword and shows some of his techniques. However, his eyes clearly show that he is in an angry state. He also asks him not to worry because he doesn't plan on using aura against the cadets. Zeke is confident that he can beat Andre since he knows his weakness. But considering Abel's keeping an eye on him, it would be dangerous for him to garner attention like he did back in the cradle. He just intends to graze his clothes and lose. He then jumps from his place and tries to attack him, but his sword is unable to touch him. This is shocking for Zeke, and he thinks he can accept nothing less than this from a Blue Knight. This fight is not going to be an easy one. After that, he continued to attack him, but is unable to put a scratch on him. 30 minutes later, Zeke hasn't managed to even graze his clothes for 30 minutes. The students are now making fun of Zeke for his overconfidence. Zeke's hands are now trembling, and he is surprised at Andre's ridiculous stamina. Meanwhile, he is also surprised at Zeke's stamina and seems exhausted now. He thinks it may be because Zeke is a pureblood and has this much stamina. Zeke observes that Andre is using the Draker's aura cultivation method, which is known for its peculiarity. They must activate their aura during training, during their daily tasks, and even when they are eating and sleeping. They have to practically maintain it as if they are breathing. In other words, for Andre, he's basically holding his breath at this moment. He tries to attack him again, but blocks Zeke with his sword. He then pushes him behind and makes him fall to the ground. Zeke balanced himself and thought he couldn't lose to him like this. He again rushes toward him, thinking he will have to force him to use aura. He has to create a situation that will not be easy to handle, something that will make Andre unconsciously use his aura. He continued to try to attack him multiple times, trying to create a situation. He then has no option but to use his class skill. He uses the skill of swift steps and reaches Andre in no time, doesn't give him a chance to react. Andre is shocked to see him move this skill so swiftly. After that, Zeke activates his class skill, Critical Strike, and tries to attack him from behind. Andre still wonders how a cadet knows swift steps. Suddenly, he realizes that Zeke has reached him, so he swiftly moves to the side to dodge his attack. He uses chapter 1 of the first verse, Dragon Slaying Arts, and then uses his sword to push Zeke behind. The attack's pressure is so immense that Zeke falls behind at a distance, cracking the ground. The students are happy to see the professor winning against him. Zeke hurts so much, but he is relieved that he forced Zeke to use his mana. He then activates his class skill healing factor and collapses on the ground. Andre puts his sword back. He then leaves by saying this cadet doesn't need to attend class anymore. He then calls the other cadets and asks if there is anyone who wishes to be exempt. All the cadets are quiet at his question. Andre stares at them and says he will assume that there is none. A few moments later, in the hospital, Zeke is in a bed. He thinks about his spar, which was a pretty good performance, according to him. While he didn't graze Andre's clothes, he got him to use the aura he said he wouldn't and acknowledged his abilities. In conclusion, Andre got disciplined, and he obtained free time, and it's a win-win. He then thinks about Andre's last attack, which was the most basic move of the Dragon Slayer arts. He used chapter 1, the first verse, Sky Slice. However, it came from a Blue Knight. Its force was nothing short of incredible. Regardless, he can still beat a Blue Knight, considering his limitless stamina and healing. But this isn't enough to live freely. In order not to be restricted and be free like a bird, he needs unrestrained power. He needs the power that won't let him submit to anyone. Suddenly, a man appears beside him and asks if he is Arthur's youngest son. Zeke is shocked to see him and wonders who he is. He is drinking alcohol and exclaims that his eyes are the same as his arrogant father. Zeke is shocked that he wasn't able to sense him despite the strong stench of booze. From Arthur, he observes that the man is the current patriarch of the Drakers. Zeke asks him who he is, but he counters and asks him how he did that. Zeke observes that he acts like he pleases, and is ignorant, like he doesn't care about anyone. The man calls him and says he was inflicted with an internal wound earlier. He asks him how he heals so instantaneously. Zeke is surprised that he caught on to his healing factor. He uses his class skill Indomitable Mental Disease Defense in order to stronger his mind. Zeke then plays dumb and says he doesn't know what he is talking about. The man swiftly moves his hand and tries to attack him. But Zeke moves instantly and dodges his attack. He observes that this man is an assassin. He tries to roll him over onto the bedsheet. He uses multiple skills at the same time. He uses Swift Steps, Precise Stab, and Critical Strike, and tries to attack him, thinking that if he doesn't kill him, that man will come in instead. But he is shocked when he grabs his sword in such a quick situation, and appreciates his ability to adapt to the situation, which is impressive. It feels like he is a mercenary and can kill anyone assigned to him. He moves the bedsheet away and stands in front of him. Meanwhile, Zeke also jumps at a distance and is ready to face him. But his expressions are worried, and he wonders who this man is. He wonders if this man knows something about his last life. He holds Zeke's sword and says a Draker has abandoned his sword and stepped back. He moves the sword on his finger and throws it toward Zeke. He says that he thinks Zeke is better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Zeke thinks that is what he means. He has never felt this since his master, and is sure of it after their brief fight. There is an overwhelming gap between their abilities, so much so that if the man attempts to, he can easily kill him. He is at least a red knight. The man then asks Zeke if that is a claymore from the basic supply of the cradle, and he says that Zeke is talented. He asks what he is doing with a weapon like that. Suddenly, someone enters from the door. Zeke turns his face to look behind and finds Andre. He calls the man by the name Garden Keeper Dexter and asks what he is doing there. Zeke is shocked to hear that he is just a garden keeper. Dexter abuses Andre and asks how he knew about his presence at the medical center. Andre asks Zeke to return to his room if he is done getting treated. He is about to leave when Dexter again calls him. He offers him the opportunity to come to the Academy's Western Greenhouse when he has the time, and he will teach him something useful. Zeke refuses and leaves the room. Dexter calls him from behind and says his personality is the same as his father's. Zeke closes the door, knows that he is trying to fool him, and he isn't just a garden keeper. He thinks that if Dexter had the rank to call the current patriarch, Arthur Draker, so easily, then he must be the person who has only one disciple. His only disciple is Andre throughout his entire life. His real name is Duke Draker, the Gale Knight, one of the Black Knights who have the martial force to go against a whole kingdom alone. He was the talk of the town for disappearing one day without a word, but he never expected him to lead a secluded life at the academy. There must be a reason that Andre came there, and that was because of him. He goes to his room and thinks about Duke, saying that when someone calls his name, they mean a man with frightening tenacity. There is even a rumor that he obtained Black Knight status just because he liked the color black. Right now, Duke is showing a strong interest in Zeke, but receiving light teaching due to simple interest is something he has no interest in. If he will learn something from him, then he should at least learn his secret move. He is sure that he is going to change that interest into tenacity. The next day, they attend a lecture by Professor Fanon of the Academy of Magic Theory. But all the students are sleeping in the class. Only one student is active, Zeke Draker, and he asks him about the mana transfer energy law he mentioned earlier. The professor gets happy to see a student listening to him with interest. He then starts explaining the things he demanded. After class, all the students leave thinking this was an easy-to-understand lecture, and they don't need to listen to him. As Zeke leaves the class, Professor Fanon stops him. Seeing Professor Fanon huffing, Zeke asks what is wrong. Professor Fanon replies that it is nothing much and says he just feels like he has had a proper class for the first time in a while because of Zeke. So if Zeke ever has anything he is curious about, he can come to his research lab at any time. He adds that he is still a Delphoa Magic University Scholarship alumnus and knows a lot. Zeke wondered if Professor Fanon would not be an ordinary mage, but to think he had been an alumnus from the Magic University of Delphoa, the nation where magic originates. He acknowledges the professor's offer. While going, Zeke thinks that there is nothing bad about getting close to a mage. He believes mages who are good at math are usually flexible thinkers and are better suited as colleagues than as stuffy knights. He decides to see if Professor Fanon will be useful. Then he notices Duke Draker waiting for him and thinks that the Duke is less patient than he expected, as it has only been around a week. The Duke asks Zeke if it is done and why he did not come to the greenhouse. He says Zeke must have understood what he meant when he said he had to teach him something useful. Zeke replies that he told him he is not interested and adds that he is aware the Duke is incredibly talented, but he is busy with individual training. The Duke responds by asking if Zeke thinks he would say that it is fine to focus on personal training. Then he uses magic to teleport Zeke to the greenhouse. Zeke thinks the Duke has just knocked him out and assumes that waiting for a week has been too much for him. Noticing the surroundings, he wonders if this is the Western greenhouse. Zeke then asks Duke, who is drinking, if he has abducted him. Duke replies that he has, saying he is a bit interested in Zeke. Zeke thinks that the Duke is not even hiding it now and seems quite impatient. He then runs from there using his swift steps technique, thinking that it is not time yet. But Duke appears close to him, using magic. Zeke wonders if the Duke is still treating him as a joke and thinks he needs something to light a fire. He then asks what about him has drawn the Duke's interest. Duke says he had asked how Zeke's internal wounds healed instantly. Zeke wonders if that is what has been bothering him. He then says that if the Duke is that curious, he should make him answer. Duke disappears from there, and Zeke wonders where he is. Then, as a sword approaches him, Zeke grabs it and asks the Duke what he is doing. Duke appears and says that Zeke told him to make him answer, but that is too easy. So he suggests making a bet. If Zeke grazes even a single piece of his clothes, he will grant him one wish. But if Zeke gives up on the duel, he has to tell Duke everything he is hiding. Seeing the destruction around, Duke, still unharmed, wonders what Zeke is made of. He notes that it has already been 3 hours and realizes that it is not just Zeke's stamina and endurance that are impressive, his stamina and wounds are being recovered. As Zeke emerges from the destruction, Duke is surprised to see him. Zeke, having activated his healing and infinite stamina skill, thinks that he will be able to keep going all day long, but he cannot win the bet. He considers using the might of the dragon, something he has always found dangerous and never used before, but decides that against a Black Knight, it should not be a problem. Determined, he says they should keep going. Seeing him like that, Duke laughs and says his gaze is as it should be. Zeke then uses his swift steps technique to move toward Duke and begins attacking him. Duke, dodging the attacks, thinks that Zeke is repeating the same moves. He may be fast, but compared to the Turan girl, he is nothing. He then activates his draconian skill, Might of a Dragon, and begins striking at Duke. Duke dodges his attack and wonders what that power is. When Zeke hits his sword to the ground, dust spreads all around. Duke wonders if Zeke is trying to block his vision, but thinks it should be difficult for Zeke to find him as well. However, Zeke appears behind him, having seen him through his dragon eye, and tries to slash him, but his sword breaks. Duke disappears from sight. As the dust settles, Zeke wonders if this is Duke's secret move, a simple dash that caused a gust. He questions if this is the reason Duke is known as the Gale Knight. Then Duke appears behind him and strikes, sending Zeke flying far away, saying they should call it a draw. The system then notifies Zeke that, due to excessive skill usage, his fatigue has surpassed the acceptable limit and, for his safety, his consciousness will be forcefully shut down. Zeke finds himself in his room and wonders if Duke brought him there. While lying down, he says he almost won. He acknowledges Duke's strength, thinking that he did everything he could, but it was useless. He reflects on trying to get Duke to lower his guard by repeating the same attack 100 times, creating an opening with Might of the Dragon, and striking with dragon eyes, but still, it was not enough. He notes that the skill Duke used at the end was definitely his secret move. Zeke thinks that getting knocked unconscious from using the draconian skill too excessively was worth it, since he got to see that move. He considers the nonsensical high-speed movement art Duke used with his extremely trained body and believes that move must have been the reason Andre, who had weak stamina, was able to rise to the position of Red Knight. Zeke thinks it is a shame he lost the opportunity to learn Duke's secret move, but still considers it worthwhile. Might of the Dragon, with its overwhelming pressure that even made a Black Knight hesitate, is a skill that would make most small fries submit the moment they are exposed to it. Then the status window notifies him that he has an unopened message. The message says that a rank B skill has changed into a rank C skill. His soul has developed due to the demonstration of his strong will. Along with the development of his soul, system functions are now activated. It is now possible to activate the next function using karma points. A mini-map of the geographical terrain features is available in map form and requires 20 points to unlock. Inventory can store as many items as space allows, requiring 20 points to unlock. An elementary level quest book, which includes tutorials and missions for effective development of low-ranking administrators, requires 45 points to unlock. The number of karma points currently available is 40. Seeing this on the status window, Zeke says a bunch of features have just popped up. Based on the description, he decides to check the inventory first. As he opens it, the system informs him that he has activated the inventory function. If he selects an item he wants, it will be stored in the inventory. When retrieving items, he can think of the name or shape of the item. The amount of space the item takes depends on its weight and size. If he wants a larger storage space, he can use karma points to expand it. Zeke wonders if he can select the item he wants. He grabs his broken sword and says that, since he can activate skills just by thinking, storing items in the inventory should be the same. He then places his sword, Claymore, into the inventory and wonders as it disappears, taking up 2 of the 28 boxes available. He realizes that this is what the system meant when it said the space an item takes depends on its weight and size. To retrieve it, he needs to think of its name or form. As he equips it back, Zeke says he thought of it as subspace storage, but it's even better. He thinks that the artifact was expensive, sure, but finding something to store it in was always difficult. Now, he can even increase the inventory space by using points, and this function is only for a low-rank administrator. He wonders what happens when he reaches a higher rank. If the value of karma points is this high, he feels he cannot use them recklessly. He thinks he will have to change his plan. Decker then knocks at the door and asks if he can come in. Zeke allows him and asks what it is. Decker says there is a message for him and hands him a note, saying the sender said Zeke would know who it is from if he mentioned garden keeper Dexter. Zeke smiles and thinks that it wasn't a complete failure after all. The note says that if he wants to challenge him again, he can come anytime. Reading it, Zeke thinks this is what Duke meant by a draw. He clenches his fist and says it means the opportunity still remains. Decker then says he has one more thing to tell him. He has found the blacksmith Zeke mentioned earlier. Zeke asks when the appointment is. Decker replies that there is a problem. The blacksmith refused the appointment. He says the blacksmith no longer makes weapons. Zeke then arrives at the workshop and, seeing the shop name, mutters that it has been a while and that it's a grand name for a workshop. He opens the door and asks if anyone is inside. The Sword of Radiance, Graham, it is the masterpiece Galleon Halbert once forged. He had said it was payment for saving his life. Fitting for someone called the Blacksmith of the Soul. It was said he could read the soul of a person before creating their weapon. He had lived up to that name, crafting a sword with the exact ability Zeke had needed the ability to replace either with aura. He is the greatest blacksmith on the continent who forged that sword. Zeke then sees Galleon drinking and wonders what is going on with his current state. Galleon notices him and says it's just a kid, and that this isn't a place for children, so he should leave. Zeke wonders that, while Galleon had always been moody, it had never been this extreme. He questions what exactly happened before Galleon met him. He grabs a bucket of water, throws it at him, sits in front of him, and asks if he's awake now. He wants to know why his commission was rejected. Galleon, noticing his hands, recognizes him as a Draker and bows, apologizing for his discourtesy. He says that, although he is sorry for his insolence, he is not accepting commissions at the moment. He says a man cannot make what others want if he cannot even make what he himself wants. Hearing this, Zeke thinks that even Galleon had a phase like this. Now that he recalls, Galleon was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent when they met, and Galleon never spoke about the life he led before that. He probably didn't want to share such an embarrassing past. But Zeke knows he cannot afford to wait 10 years for Galleon to recover. Galleon then says he is ashamed for behaving so disgracefully. Zeke replies that it's nothing to worry about. He wishes to see some of Galleon's failures. Galleon then shows him his weapons and apologizes for leaving things so cluttered. Seeing them, Zeke says it's fine and even finds it charming. When Zeke grabs one of the weapons, Galleon warns him to be careful. Even if they are failed works, they are still sharp. Seeing the weapons, Zeke wonders if these can even be called failures. They are of simpler quality compared to the masterpieces Galleon forged when he was known as the best on the continent. He activates his draconian skill and asks if there is a problem with Galleon's brazier. Galleon, surprised, asks how he knows. Zeke replies by saying he asked a question. He notes that Galleon utilizes his own style of smelting and seems to have mixed several metals to create a lighter, more exquisite material. Then, wielding the sword around, he says the durability is weak. In cases like this, it is usually because impurities were not properly eliminated during the heat treatment process. Galleon, shocked, thinks Zeke's analysis is accurate. Not only did he instantly recognize the smelting method, but he also identified the major flaw and its cause. Galleon then says that it might be a bit random, but he has something to ask him. He brings Zeke inside and says he should see this first. Galleon spreads out a blueprint on the table. Seeing it, Zeke realizes that this is the secret. Galleon would go on to reveal years later a blueprint for a magic brazier. Galleon says there is nothing to hide from the one who saved his life. He explains that the brazier can have its temperature freely adjusted through magic. That is his secret. Zeke says that Galleon's smelting method would work perfectly with this. He asks why, if Galleon has the full blueprint, he is not making it. Galleon says that the most important part, the mana energy law blueprint, still remains, but the commission fee from the magic tower to obtain it is 10,000 gold. Hearing this, Zeke thinks that the monthly expenses for a normal 4-member family are only 10 gold. So that's why it took Galleon 10 years to gather that much. He says the price is absurd. Galleon agrees and says that's why he wanted to ask Zeke something. He explains that Zeke is a dragon and a pure-blooded awakener, so if he were to make the brazier, Galleon would create his commission free of charge and without conditions for the rest of his life. Zeke thinks this is a tricky situation. If he were the family's guardian knight, it might have been possible. But even as a pure blood, receiving support amounting to 10,000 gold is impossible. Still, he cannot give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiance. He figures the real issue is related to mana energy laws. He quietly takes the blueprint and says he will accept. As he begins to leave, he adds that he will ask a favor from a mage he knows and will inform Galleon when he gets an answer. He also tells him to stop drinking. Galleon grabs his legs and, filled with gratitude, says he will serve Zeke for the rest of his life as his savior. Zeke says he understands and will contact Galleon once it is complete. While walking through the professional research buildings at Draker Academy, he wonders why the Mage Tower's commission fee is so high, since the structure itself seems simple. He then realizes that Fanon's major was the design of mana energy laws, and that his research lab is located in that alley. He recalls the time when he had pleaded with Sir Leon Conrad, saying his lowly self had put a hand on his body. Leon Conrad had then crushed his head under his foot and said, "Nice," as a reward. He would give him the opportunity to clean up the land he dirtied. Meanwhile, in an alley, Leon is seen beating another person and saying that vermin like him are a hindrance just by existing, adding that Zeke is the same. He reflects that the loss against that inferior vermin could not be helped because of the surprise attack before the fight began. But he still questions how someone recessive, who had won by luck, could have become a pure-blood awakener. Zeke then appears and remarks that Leon has already found a replacement for him. Frustrated, he tells him he will give him 3 seconds, so he had better plant his head into the ground. Leon mocks him, saying that Zeke's arrogance has gone through the roof ever since he received his pure-blood awakening, and questions whether Zeke Draker truly went through a pure-blood awakening. Zeke, frustrated, tells him to shut up and drop down, or else. Leon begins trembling and wonders what the pressure is. Just a few months ago, Zeke was crawling between his legs, and yet now he feels scared. Clenching his teeth, Leon asks how Zeke dares to tell him what to do and orders his subordinates to attack. Zeke, ready to face them, tells them not to blame him for what happens. He handles them alone, striking each one precisely until only the last remains. Seeing this, Leon wonders if this is truly the same Zeke Draker he once knew. Zeke then moves toward him and says there is no need to be scared, as Leon already knows it only hurts for a moment. Leon pulls out his sword and tells Zeke to stay away, threatening to cut him if he comes closer. Zeke asks if Leon is seriously drawing his sword in the training arena and reminds him of what that means. He then pulls out his own sword and states that, in order to face the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who has unsheathed his sword outside the holy training arena, he, Zeke Draker, will retaliate in the name of honor. He declares that the upcoming battle will end when one of them faces death, that all responsibility lies with the participants themselves, and that the opponent bears no responsibility for the outcome. He names one of Leon's subordinates, Liam Stone, as the witness. He then tells Leon they should continue. Leon throws his sword away, drops to his knees, and begs for mercy, asking to be spared. Zeke recalls the time when he had once pleaded like that. He then cuts Leon's ear, throws it away, and says he will take it as payment. Leon shouts in pain. Zeke then grabs his head and warns him that if his ear is reattached the next time they meet, what he will take then won't be his ear, but his head. He slams Leon's head to the ground and begins to leave. The man Leon was beating earlier asks Zeke why he helped him. Zeke replies not to worry about it and says he wasn't helping him. The next day at the academy, in the Galleon research lab, Zeke shows the blueprint to Professor Fanon and asks if it is possible. Fanon says, getting straight to the point, that it should be possible. Zeke, surprised, says he would like to leave the blueprint with him. Fanon responds that it would be better if Zeke listens to his explanation first. He explains that while the overall composition is simple, the real issue lies in the core that controls power output. He says the core is considered the heart of the machine, but the following circuit has extremely tricky restrictions. Though it may be small, it requires substantial power, and they will need a method to adjust the output instantly, something that is unprecedented. Zeke asks if it is still possible. Fanon replies that there are two options. The first is to redesign the core to match the condition. He could do that personally, but it would take at least a decade, more likely around 15 years. The second option is to bypass designing the core and use an alternative material. While this would save a lot of time, it would require a high compression monostone. Zeke, upon hearing this, asks if that isn't an ancient artifact that can't be made with modern technology. Fanon confirms it and says ancient relics are already rare, and finding one in ruins that can withstand the design is even harder. Such a monostone would cost over 3,000 gold. Zeke thinks to himself that if anyone finds out he can't use aura, he might get kicked out, but 15 years is far too long. However, 3,000 gold is also too high. Troubled, he tells himself he can't give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Most people believe he's an aura user because of what happened during the Blessing Rite, but that was only a reaction created with ether and healing. The truth remains that he still cannot use aura. Ether is considered a difficult power for humans to control, and aside from the spirit of the soul skill his master taught him, he can't use any sword techniques that utilize aura. Even that skill only lets him reinforce and swing his body. Compared to ether, aura is easier to use and more versatile. That is why he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance. He wonders how he's supposed to acquire a high compression monostone. Professor Fanon then comments that the creator of the blueprint is amazing even considering the complicated core. It's an efficient design, something that would be difficult to create even among relics from the Golden Age. Hearing this, Zeke starts to wonder about the Golden Age relics and questions why he hadn't thought of that earlier. He bows and asks Fanon to take care of the designs until he returns. Fanon, confused, asks if he means to leave it for 15 years. While leaving, Zeke says he will bring back a high compression monostone. The Golden Age of the Liberation War, which followed humanity's escape from the rule of dragons, ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut by Tarakan Draker, granting a century of peace. During that time, ancient relics uncovered in dragon lairs were revealed to be remnants from the age of the hero king, the prime age of magic. All discovered relics, including advanced techniques and spells, surpassed modern standards. Among them was the high compression monostone, a relic from the hero king era, capable of sustaining the mana needs of an entire village. At Draker Academy's central library, rarely used, but still maintained due to the belief that it was founded by Tarakan himself, relics from the Golden Age were discovered during the expansion of the records room. This discovery led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. Over the following months, countless relics were unearthed, and news of the discovery spread across the continent through newsletters, or at least, that was what would happen 10 years in the future. In the Central Library's records room, Zeke notes that no one has discovered the relics yet, nor are they even aware of them. He thinks he could search all day and still not find anything. Using his draconian skill, he begins his search. He then notices a tile on the floor being highlighted. He taps the tile, saying it should sound hollow if he's correct. Hearing the expected sound, he confirms it and identifies it as the soul of the spirit. He cuts the tile using his magic, the only ether application of the soul of the spirit skill taught to him by his master. Since ether materializes a user's will, certain properties like cut can be applied to perform actions in different scenarios. However, the drawback is that using it consumes a large amount of ether. He comments that using the soul of the spirit is too taxing. He then descends into the space beneath the tile. Holding a fire stick, he notes that the newsletters never mentioned it being this deep. Suddenly, he notices someone approaching and cautiously wonders if someone could have discovered the place this early, nearly a decade before its recorded discovery. Upon closer inspection, he sees skeletons holding shovels and pickaxes and realizes they weren't created by a lick. He activates his critical strike skill and slashes the skeletons, saying it should be easy. The system then notifies him that he has earned 2 karma points for defeating 2 skeletons, bringing his total to 22. Seeing the notification, he remarks that he can earn karma points by killing monsters and realizes he had forgotten this because his focus was on the artifact. He then notes that this could be a great opportunity to farm points and begins cutting down the skeletons, steadily accumulating more. Checking his stats, he finds the beginner quest book costs 45 points, the minimap 20 points, and higher tier draconian skills like Devour and a locked level 2 skill each require 50 points. Considering his current total, he decides that the only thing he can afford at the moment is the minimap. The system then notifies that the mini-map feature has been activated. Zeke thinks the map looks similar to a magic map. He notices an option, touches it, and wonders what it is. The system informs him that the mini-map has been converted from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. Seeing the change, he says it's amazing, just what he was hoping for. He then notices a room marked in a different color on the map and wonders why only that room appears different. The system asks if he would like directions to the storage room. He confirms, thinking it's surprising that this is the storage room. It took the research party days to find it, but he located it with ease. The system states it will provide the quickest route to the destination. As the route appears, Zeke is surprised and thinks he could never get lost with a map like this. Following the marked path, he arrives in front of a large, closed door. Touching it, he says he's arrived, but now questions how he is supposed to get inside. It doesn't open with a push. When his hand suddenly burns, he realizes the door is sealed by a security spell. He concludes that this must be why the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana got involved. He notes that if it weren't for his gloves, he might have gone mad. The spell is too strong for him to break through. Casually, he asks the system if it can open the door for him. The system replies that it has received the administrator's request and will attempt to connect with the security device. It says the security spell is being deactivated. However, the automatic device fails to activate, so the system states it will now activate the manual device. Zeke, surprised, asks if the system is really responding to what he's saying. The system confirms and asks if he has any more requests, addressing him as Administrator Zeke Draker. He wonders aloud whether he can talk with the system directly, then asks why it forced him to regress. The system replies that it cannot answer that question. He asks what the administrator system is. Again, the system says it cannot answer. He then asks who created it, but the system still gives the same response. It cannot answer the following question and repeats its prompt for any further requests. Frustrated, Zeke says he's not getting answers to any important questions and just tells the system to open the door. The system confirms the request and states that the storage room has been opened. As the door creaks open, Zeke steps inside and, seeing what lies within, wonders in amazement if all of it is treasure chests. A treasure chest, as the name implies, is a container filled with valuable relics and treasures. Finding even one of these relics is considered nearly miraculous. As Zeke opens one of the chests, he finds it filled with hundreds of mana stones. He remarks that it seems nice and thinks he can give them to Professor Fenon. Opening another chest, he exclaims that he has finally found it, a high compression mana stone. In fact, there are 4 of them, which is even better. Checking the system, he decides to use 1 karma point to expand his inventory by 4 slots. Even with the expansion, he notes that there still isn't enough space for everything, so he concludes that he will need to come back regularly until he graduates. As he prepares to leave, he says this should be enough for today. But then, he senses something, an ominous energy beginning to gather. He pauses, wondering what this eerie sensation is. Suddenly, he's caught in a web of magical spells and, struggling, questions what is happening to him. With the magic spell, Zeke is teleported to a different place. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he asks the system where he is. The system responds that his current location is the home of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke remarks that he has never heard of a room filled with coffins in any newsletter. Checking the mini-map, he realizes he isn't far from where he was before. Yet there's no visible path connecting his current location to the rest of the ruins. He concludes that this must be a hidden area, one that has never been discovered before. Investigating one of the coffins, he says he can't afford to ignore this place. Inside, he finds a suit of armor. The system informs him that he has discovered Dragonslayer exclusive equipment. Examining it, he notes that it feels distinct from the other armor pieces from the Golden Age. Then, noticing a hole in the armor, he inserts a mana stone and says he can't just let this opportunity pass. The system notifies him that a mana battery has been installed in the Dragonslayer exclusive equipment and that the equipment has been activated. But suddenly, the armor begins vibrating violently. Zeke, troubled, asks what's happening, and then an explosion occurs. The system alerts him that the activation has failed due to an overload caused by equipment failure. Zeke asks the system in disbelief if it's telling him that a high-compression mana stone was the energy source for these ancient armors. He then wonders what kind of features the armor had that required such a massive power source, deciding to ask Professor Phanon about it later. Moving on, he tells himself to continue the search. He checks the other rooms but finds all of them empty. Entering a large room, the last one, he observes that a single glass cube is the only object inside. Checking the system, he exclaimed with fear that Terrakin Draker was crazy. The system then informs Zeke that the legacy of Terrakin Draker, the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, has been found. Zeke thinks Terrakin left the heart of the dragon he defeated as a dying gift and concludes that this must explain the ominous feeling he had when he first entered the storage room. Still, he notes that this feels different. The system then tells him that the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, is reacting to the administrator. As curse energy begins to stir, a voice says it hears him and declares it had no choice, it will kill them all. Zeke's class skill, Indomitable Mental Defense, is activated, and he wonders why he would want to kill anyone. Observing the black curse spreading across his face, he questions what is happening. The system assigns an urgent quest to defeat the strongest curses originating from Bahamut's heart. Zeke tries to activate his mental defense skill again, but the system displays an error message: the skill activation has failed. Struggling with the overwhelming curse, he collapses to the ground and hits the cube, telling it to stop mumbling because it's annoying. Suddenly, a voice declares that freedom is won. The system then tells him that he has overcome the Light Dragon's curse and completed the urgent quest. As a reward, he has obtained ownership over Terrakin's dying gift. Zeke thinks it could have gone much worse and wonders what just happened, especially after seeing his skill fail. His healing factor and infinite stamina skills are activated, and the system informs him that he has begun absorbing the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Noticing a strange mana leaking from the dragon's heart and approaching him, Zeke wonders what is happening. He senses a pure and dense flow of mana entering his body, but realizes he has no mana circles to store it. Without storage, the mana begins to tear his body apart. He urgently uses Spirit of the Soul to attempt to seal the mana. After struggling for a while, he manages to use ether to wrap the mana and finally seals it inside an ether hole. A massive explosion follows, and after it settles, Zeke comes out, huffing and saying he thinks he survived. Looking at the now empty cube, he notes that the heart is gone and concludes that the mana really did come from Bahamut. He then sees a reflection on his body, something that looks like the heart, and wonders what it is. Touching the spot, he questions whether it appeared when he sealed Bahamut's mana. The system informs him that he has absorbed the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, and that the absorbed mana has been transferred into his body. His constitution has now changed into a dragon body. The system detects an uncontrollable power within him and states that 95% of it has been compressed and sealed. As the heir, he has gained the right to access Terrakin's secure library. The beginner's quest book has also been unlocked, and a tutorial for the low-level administrator has been provided. Seeing all three notifications, Zeke wonders what all of this even means. He tells the system he will look at everything later and asks it to remove the notifications, for now. However, he changes his mind and says to leave one, remarking that it seems his ancestor was feeling quite generous. The system then asks if he would like to open Terrakin's other dying gift. Zeke's eyes widen as he sees the second dying gift. Later, in the Platinum Mansion, he stores something in a locker and says it should be good enough, then turns his attention to reviewing the newly updated information. As he examines his stats, he notices that new categories Authority and Constitution have been added. He remarks that the incantation section appears to be locked until he becomes stronger. Under Authority, he sees Draconic Control, which grants him the ability to command Drakons and Dragonkind, summon them, and issue orders they must obey. Under the Constitution, he finds the Divine Body, which enhances his physical performance to the highest level, accelerates his combat learning speed, and increases the ether transfer efficiency within his body. Looking at these descriptions, Zeke notes that they aren't very helpful in practical terms. He then mentions that there's another status window, not the second dying gift, but something else related to Terrakin. He asks the system to open the window associated with Terrakin. The system responds that opening Terrakin Draker's secure library requires an information update and asks if it should mark the required location on his mini-map. Zeke tells it to show him. As the location appears on the mini-map, he recognizes it immediately. It's Valhalla, the most prestigious knight training institution. He notes that even administrators can't usually access the area, let alone someone like him. He hadn't planned on joining Valhalla, but with something related to Tarakan's dying gift there, he considers adjusting his plans. He concludes that he might need to stay with the family for now. The system then notifies him that the beginner quest book has been activated, and that the tutorial for the low-level administrator will soon begin. Once the tutorial ends, a quest will be issued to encourage his growth. Observing the status windows, Zeke notes that it's similar to missions from an adventurer's guild or a mercenary's assignment. But he wonders about the nature of the tutorial. The system announces the start of the tutorial for the low-level administrator. Suddenly, the area around Zeke shifts. He wonders where he is, questioning whether he's been teleported again, but this time it feels like the entire area itself has changed, rather than just his location. Soon, a group of orcs begins approaching. The system informs him that his quest is to defeat the monsters within the given time frame, using 2 or more different skills, and that the time limit is 60 minutes. Zeke reflects on how convenient the tutorial is, generating appropriate enemies and scenarios for him to take advantage of the system. He thinks to himself that it would have been nice to have something like this earlier. Zeke then activates his swift step skill and begins slashing at the monsters. The claymore in his hands feels light as a feather, leading him to wonder if this is due to the effect of having a divine body. The system notifies him that he has completed the tutorial quest. He is then teleported back to the mansion and wonders whether everything he experienced was just an illusion. It had felt incredibly real. The system informs him that he has earned both a critical bonus rate and a time bonus, and as a quest reward, he has obtained 40 karma points and access to the shop category. He remarks that the ability to buy items through the system is amazing. Upon browsing, he notices that the shop only includes rare relics that cost a fortune. He begins to wonder whether he could make money by selling items from the shop. The system then instructs him to place any items he wants to sell within the given window, and confirms that he can also sell items currently in his inventory. After checking, he realizes that only ancient relics can be sold, so he dismisses the system, saying he won't be using the feature unless he really needs the points. Stretching his arms, he remarks that today was a long day, and it looks like he will finally get a good night's sleep. The next day, at the Draker Academy Professional Research Center, Professor Fanon expresses amazement that Zeke managed to find a high-compression monostone within a single day and asks how he did it. Zeke replies that it's too complicated to explain and suggests they move on. He then asks how long everything will take. Fanon, while working with the monostone, replies that it is already complete and that it's even more impressive that Zeke managed to bring the stone. While sipping tea, Zeke thinks that Fanon appears suspicious of him. Every time high-compression monostones are found on the continent, they are recorded in ancient registries using identification numbers to manage ownership. These registrations allow people to confirm the origin, location, and current ownership of each stone. However, the monostone Zeke brought in isn't registered, because he is the first to discover it. He reflects that Fanon's ability to question rather than blindly trust him, combined with his judgment and skill, is admirable. He then asks Fanon if they can leave now that the registration number has been confirmed. Fanon responds by saying that Zeke is too talented to be wasting his potential in a place like this. At the workshop, Galleon begins working to activate the brazier. Professor Fanon tells Zeke that he has a lecture to attend and says he will see him later. After a while, Galleon tells Zeke that he never imagined he would get to see a completed magic brazier in his lifetime, and thanks him. Zeke replies that it's all part of the deal, and that there's no need to thank him. He then brings something out of his bag and reminds Galleon of the condition he had offered. Presenting a dragon fang, he tells him to make it into a sword. Galleon, upon seeing it, asks if it is truly a dragon's fang, noting that he has never seen one in such a condition or size, and asks where Zeke got it. The second dying gift of Tarakan Draker from heart to fangs he had loved collecting things. Zeke replies that it's a bit complicated. Galleon, growing emotional, says that Zeke not only created a magic brazier, but also gave him the chance to craft a weapon using a dragon's fang. He vows to exceed every expectation and declares that he, Galleon, will create Zeke's blade even if it costs him his life. Zeke leaves it to him and walks out, wondering what kind of sword Galleon will create this time and looking forward to it. In his room, Zeke says that it's so much work to make this sword. He recalls Duke and notes that after the duel with him, it has been a week since he received the note telling him to come find him. He assumes something should happen sooner or later. Zeke then feels a strange energy. It's Duke, who appears in his room and asks why he didn't come. Zeke responds that he can't believe this Duke had told him to come find him if he wanted a rematch, and he didn't go because he had no such intention. Duke grabs him by the collar and demands once more that he tell the truth. He then pushes Zeke off the balcony. While falling, Zeke thinks that the drop is too high, he'll die before his body has a chance to heal. He tries to grab the balcony wall but fails. Duke then grabs him by the neck midair and accuses him of intentionally irritating him, saying he must know Duke's real intentions and deliberately chose not to respond. He starts counting down and demands the truth. Zeke responds by stating that Duke hasn't even revealed his true identity, calling him Garden Keeper Dexter. Duke throws him back into the room and admits Zeke is right. He was once a Black Knight of Draker, Duke Draker. Zeke respectfully apologizes for having disrespected a member of the family and an honorable Black Knight. Duke, surprised, asks if Zeke had planned this. Zeke replies that he hadn't, though he adds that Duke had mentioned he was once a Black Knight. Zeke notes that he had only known ranks to rise, not fall. Duke tells him to stop talking about it. Zeke agrees and says that, in return for Duke's honesty, he will also tell the truth. Duke already knew Zeke's identity. Duke asks if Zeke did all this just to become his official apprentice. Sitting on the floor in front of him, Zeke affirms that he did. Duke, amused by Zeke's boldness, agrees to accept him as his apprentice. Zeke is surprised that it was so easy, but quickly kneels, bows, and formally declares his intention to become Duke's apprentice. He pledges to gain wisdom and power under the Duke's orders and bring honor to his name. Duke, pleased, remarks that not many use the apprentice's vow anymore. Zeke replies that culture is a necessary virtue of a knight. He then asks one question: why Duke accepted him so readily. He recalls Duke's reputation for rejecting apprentices, even requiring years of persistence from the genius Andre. He suspects Duke saw something during their duel. Duke asks him to guess. Zeke says it's probably because he is the genius of the family. Duke scoffs and says if that were the case, he would have chosen the girl from the Turan family instead. He says he liked Zeke's tenacity. Talent alone is not enough to reach the level of a Red or Black Knight. In fact, many talented individuals who never face challenges often collapse when they do. Zeke agrees, saying that most praised geniuses never reach the level of Red Knight and remain stuck as Blue Knights. Duke then says the chit-chat is over. He tells Zeke to follow him. It's time for his first lesson. In the Western Greenhouse Gymnasium, while running, Zeke wonders why he never knew there was a gym hidden beneath the greenhouse. He questions what Duke might be planning, thinking that he has been running ever since Duke told him to, and it's already been 3 hours. Duke then orders him to stop and says he has one question. Zeke asks what he wants to know, calling him master. Duke replies it's nothing much and tries to grab Zeke's wrist, but Zeke swiftly pulls back and moves away. Surprised, Duke asks if Zeke has a problem with him checking his pulse. He then says he knew something was off with him from the start. He explains that during their fight in the healing room, their duel in the greenhouse, and even now after 500 laps around the gym, he didn't sense even a drop of aura from Zeke. He adds that Zeke even stopped him from checking his pulse. Duke then directly asks if Zeke is unable to use the aura. Duke says he is sure he saw the bronze statue and recalls the uproar over the never-before-seen golden light. He steps closer to Zeke and asks why he isn't allowing him to examine his pulse, if that's the case. Zeke thinks it isn't suspicion but simple curiosity driving Duke, even in a serious situation where a Draker can't use aura. He considers himself lucky to be facing Duke and decides that once he gets his hands on Graham, no one will question his aura anymore. Until then, he resolves to stay cautious. He notes that, unlike in his last life, where he was the first failed awakener in his family, there is no need now to fabricate lies. Zeke then removes his glove, shows his hand, and admits that Duke is correct. He definitely has mana reflection, proof of his pure-blooded nature, but for some reason, he cannot use aura. He believes the truth will help cover his lies. He begins to cry and apologizes for earlier, claiming he is scared because if it becomes known that a Draker cannot use aura, he will be chased out. Zeke thinks that putting on a fitting act would be helpful. He then asks Duke how it is. Duke considers that Zeke holds a malice unbefitting of his age, but at the end of the day, he is still a child. Yet he still can't understand why he cannot sense any aura despite Zeke's successful awakening. Zeke reflects that even after checking his pulse, Duke can't be certain, because the blessing right for a Draker is absolute. Even if he tells the truth about his inability to awaken to the aura, Duke will still try to find another explanation. Duke then says he thinks Zeke is an irregular. Zeke immediately understands that conclusion, knowing that without awareness of class systems, it is natural to think that way. He asks what that means. Duke explains that the term refers to individuals with anomalous abilities, such as using both aura and mana, or irrational powers like foresight. He warns that irregulars are not treated well, so Zeke should keep this to himself. Zeke follows behind and asks what led Duke to believe he is an irregular. Duke answers that it's because Zeke has insane stamina and recovery. Although light and damage to internal wounds should take time, Zeke recovered almost instantly. Duke believes such recovery must take a massive amount of energy and asks Zeke what he thinks that energy is, perhaps aura. Since it's being constantly consumed to maintain stamina and healing, there's almost none left to actually use, which forms the basis of his hypothesis. Zeke finds the theory plausible and asks if that means he will never be able to use aura, expressing that he might not live up to Duke's expectations. As Duke walks up the stairs, he tells Zeke not to worry. He explains that his Gale Arts is a special art that doesn't require aura. He clarifies that a special art is a technique personally developed by a knight who has reached great heights. Typically, it is an application or specialization of dragon slaying and would require aura, but his Gale Arts relies solely on a trained body. He tells Zeke to watch closely, as he will now demonstrate it. Duke runs with blinding speed and, in an instant, stands right in front of Zeke, asking if he saw that. Zeke responds by asking if it's acceptable for him to follow Duke's footsteps. Duke then asks if Zeke would be fine even if he never follows him again, to which Zeke replies that it would be enough. Duke comments that Zeke's confidence is on the level of a black rank at the very least and tells him to give it a try. Zeke then mimics Duke's movements precisely, prompting Duke's surprise. As Zeke follows the exact steps, he notes that now, by directly copying Duke's movements, he can perceive things he couldn't before. He realizes that each step was calculated, as if Duke were sparring. Steps to attack, dodge, close distance, or retreat. Every motion has a clear intent. Duke, astonished, thinks he can't believe what he's seeing. While Zeke was gifted even a week ago, he wasn't this refined. He wonders what could have happened in just that 1 week to cause such a dramatic improvement. The difference is like heaven and earth. Zeke then asks Duke if his performance is sufficient to justify his confidence as someone of black rank potential. Duke grabs him by the neck and reminds him that just a moment ago, he was crying his eyes out, and now he's acting like this. Meanwhile, in the academy dining hall, Zeke eats while thinking that it has already been a month since Duke started training him, and his appetite continues to increase. Andre approaches and asks if Zeke could spare some time. Zeke responds that he is a bit busy. But if talking here is alright, then sure. Andre sits across from him and asks how Zeke managed to convince Sir Dexter. Zeke, continuing to eat, replies that he didn't do anything in particular. Sir Dexter simply picked him on his own. He then comments that Andre seems to have quite an inferiority complex. Andre asks if that's all Zeke has to say. Zeke wipes his mouth with a tissue and says no, he's not even halfway done. Even if Sir Dexter's initial interest in him stemmed from his bloodline, Andre really believes Dexter is the kind of man to take on a disciple for such a simple reason. The very fact that Zeke was able to use that interest as a stepping stone to become Dexter's disciple proves his own merit. He throws the tissue toward Andre and advises that instead of wasting time nursing his ego and inferiority complex in hopes of being chosen, he should try putting in some real effort. Later, in the Western Greenhouse arena, Andre is seen running laps. Zeke asks Duke what's going on. Duke replies that he should be the one asking that question. He doesn't know what got into Andre, but the boy came begging, saying he had even been fine working as a servant if he could stay by Duke's side. Duke told him he would consider it if Andre could run 300 laps without using aura, which led to this situation. He adds that Andre is sure to be a tenacious one. Zeke thinks that he had always assumed Andre was just a self-righteous nerd, but it turns out he has quite the backbone. All the students of the academy gather outside, as it is the day of the Patriarch's visit. Howard announces that the Patriarch is entering and instructs everyone to get ready. Patriarch Arthur Draker steps out of the carriage and greets Howard, saying it is good to see him again. Howard respectfully welcomes him as the master of the Drakers. Arthur pats Howard on the shoulder and compliments his dedication, saying he's the only one who truly understands. As Howard suggests, they head inside due to the heat, and Arthur stops him and turns to address the students. He greets them as young dragon slayers and reminds them that they are the hope and future of the Drakers. He encourages them to train hard, stating that their development will be the development of the Drakers. The students acknowledge his words and bow respectfully, after which Arthur instructs Howard to proceed inside. In Arthur's office, Zeke formally greets him as the leader of the knights and guardian of the name of the Dragon Slayers. Arthur, holding 2 cups of tea, remarks that no one greets that way anymore and tells Zeke to sit. He says he heard Zeke likes tea and hopes the rare blend he prepared will be to his taste. Zeke sits down, silently noting that even his food preferences are being reported. Arthur mentions that he summoned Zeke because he heard Duke had taken in a disciple. Zeke assumes he's getting straight to the point and explains that Duke did him a great favor. Arthur agrees and says he doesn't know Zeke's ultimate goal, but if he continues under Duke's guidance, Zeke interrupts, declaring that his goal is to become the strongest man on the continent, stronger than anyone, so that he can live freely. Arthur then spreads his aura, and Zeke begins to sweat, recognizing it as the astral sword and aura said to grant power over all living beings within its radius, the pinnacle of aura mastery only Black Knights can reach. Despite the pressure, Zeke grips the table and confidently reaffirms his goal. Arthur finds this amusing and declares it the most interesting thing he's heard in a long time. He says he came to support both the Academy and Zeke, but even that may not be enough. Zeke notes that while Duke is extremely strong, Arthur is on another level entirely. Arthur places a black credit card in front of Zeke as a gift for becoming Duke's disciple and says it will be under both their names, allowing Zeke to use it freely. Zeke thanks him and promises to use it only when necessary, but internally, he thinks Arthur's intentions are clear. He wants to monitor Zeke's actions. Still, the gesture shows that Arthur does not yet see him as a threat, as he's not assigning the Black Marshal Squad to keep tabs on him. Arthur concludes the meeting by saying he won't take more of Zeke's time, assuming he is busy training to become the strongest on the continent, and dismisses him. Meanwhile, Duke confronts Arthur, calling his behavior sickening. Arthur asks why Duke is so angry. Duke criticizes him for suddenly acting like a father to Zeke after neglecting him for so long. Arthur defends himself, saying he had no choice as head of the household, and claims Duke's comment is defamation. Duke dismisses it and sarcastically invites Arthur to punish him. Arthur admits Duke is the only one he can talk to freely and brings up the strange atmosphere on the continent. Duke, claiming to be out of touch due to staying in the academy, asks how he's supposed to know anything. Arthur reminds him that he has eyes and ears everywhere. Duke accuses him of asking questions when he already knows the answers and mentions that the Emperor has become obsessed with achieving immortality, searching the entire continent for a solution. Arthur agrees and asks if Duke thinks it's possible. Duke insists that while magic can make someone look young, true immortality is impossible. Arthur, sipping his drink, says he thinks the same, but wonders aloud what if the relic the Emperor seeks is related to the Elder Dragon. Meanwhile, Zeke uses his soul manifestation skill and hears the entire conversation between Arthur and Duke. Duke then asks Arthur if it is possible that the Emperor has already located the artifact. Arthur responds that it is possible, stating that the Order of Black Knights has reported it is most likely within the northern continent. Duke questions whether the Empire's people have not yet acquired this information, and Arthur agrees but adds that it is only a matter of time before they do. Arthur reflects on the past, mentioning the crazy Emperor, who began a war to unite the continent the moment he ascended the throne. The war only stopped after he had taken over half of the central continent. Arthur says he thought the Emperor would abandon such a decrepit and absurd dream, but apparently not. Duke says that if even one of those artifacts can truly grant immortality, then the consequences would be catastrophic. Arthur agrees, saying the continent will once again be engulfed in a sea of flames. Given the importance of the matter, Arthur reveals that he has decided to go to the north himself. Duke reacts with frustration, asking if Arthur intends to leave his position, knowing an Imperial will run wild as a result. Arthur explains that this is the reason he asked to meet with Duke. Meanwhile, Zeke, still eavesdropping through his soul manifestation, suddenly collapses, sweating and thinking that he has used the skill for too long. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, he realizes he cannot ignore the side effects. He concludes that the statue he touched before regressing must have been an Elder Dragon's artifact. The voice he heard just before dying and the system message that followed confirm it. Everything starts to make sense. He had stolen the artifact the Emperor intended to use to fulfill his wishes. He recalls how the Emperor even mobilized his personal unit, the hunting dogs, to chase him down. At the time, Zeke had been so consumed by revenge that he neither knew nor cared about it. Still, he had managed to find a clue. The administrator system that sent him back to the past is a function of an elder dragon's artifact. However, he still questions who created it and why. In the end, he finds himself with even more questions. As Arthur begins to leave, Duke tells him that he will make his move immediately. Arthur replies that he will put his faith in him. While walking through the corridor, Arthur senses something coming from inside a nearby room and pauses for a brief moment. Inside that room, Zeke is lost in thought, wondering what connection the artifact the Emperor is seeking could possibly have with immortality. He suddenly senses someone outside. When Arthur opens the door to check, he finds the room empty and remarks that it must have been nothing. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Zeke is practicing when Decker approaches him. Zeke scolds him, saying he told him not to disturb him while he's training. Decker apologizes and informs him that a fellow student has come looking for him, asking if he should send them away. Zeke, puzzled since he has no friends at the academy, tells him to let the student in. Liam Stone enters and bows before Zeke. Zeke, surprised, asks why he would want to be his friend. Liam pleads with him to take him in. When Zeke asks if he's saying he wants to become his subordinate, Liam confirms it, declaring that he pledges his allegiance and insists that he must go to Valhalla. Zeke, recalling Liam's obsession with Valhalla from his past life, questions him, suggesting he go to Turan or Zimmons instead. Zeke grabs his sword and tells Liam that he's not from a supportive family and therefore won't be of any help to him in entering Valhalla. He also questions Liam's intentions, suspecting he might be a spy sent by Jaken. In response, Liam pulls out a knife and injures his own face, saying that Zeke is right to doubt him, but promising to prove himself no matter what. He declares that if Zeke wishes for him to cut out his tongue or sever his foot, he will do so, offering his life to him. Zeke glances at him and listens as Liam pleads once more to be taken in. Zeke then throws his sword toward Liam and tells him that if he can withstand even a single strike from him, he will accept him. Liam agrees eagerly and expresses his gratitude. Later, Zeke asks Liam if he has received proper treatment. Liam replies that he has, but in his thoughts, he admits that he underestimated the challenge. Though he, too, is a user of Draker Aura, he questions if Zeke is truly his peer, as he can barely breathe in Zeke's presence. Before Zeke struck, knocking Liam's sword away, Zeke asked him if that's all he had, calling it miserable. Zeke tells Liam that he respects his determination, but advises him to give up on Valhalla. As he begins to leave, he reflects that it is likely true Liam was abandoned in Jaken, and if not for that, someone from a distant branch family like his would never have entered the cradle. He recalls that even if he, a direct dependent, was expelled from the academy, it wouldn't be surprising if Liam were expelled too. He acknowledges that Liam has every reason to be anxious, but questions whether it is worth clinging to so desperately. In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy, and his knight order collapsed. Yet he still reached the Scarlet Realm and became known as the Mercenary King. Liam, crying, pleads for one more chance. Zeke, seeing his resolve, agrees but imposes a condition. He tells Liam that if he's willing to lose his tongue or his foot, then he should cut off his right arm. Liam's eyes widen at the demand. Zeke asks if his arm is too precious. He considers that this is essentially a situation where Liam would be giving up the life of a swordsman, and concludes that no one in their right mind would accept such a condition. Liam says that he also has much training to do, and Zeke tells him to leave quickly if he cannot go through with it. Zeke begins his own training and thinks that he doesn't understand Liam's desperation, but reassures himself internally that even if Liam doesn't make it to Valhalla, he can still reach the Scarlet Realm. Meanwhile, Liam grabs his sword and attempts to cut off his arm. Alarmed, Zeke quickly intervenes by swinging his own sword to shatter Liam's blade, yelling at him about the risk if he had changed his mind at the last second. Liam replies that he acted because he could lose something even more important than his arm. Zeke warns him that if he ever does something so foolish again, he will be cast out regardless of loyalty. Liam then asks if that means he's accepted, and Zeke tells him to hurry up, remarking that if one of his subordinates is missing an ear, people will think negatively about him. Later, while having tea with Liam, Zeke asks him what is more important than Liam's life. Liam explains that it's his mother. A few days after being abandoned by Jaken, he learned that his mother had collapsed with a high fever. Though the fever subsided, her body became covered in red, rose-like spots, and her health deteriorated. The village healers didn't even know the name of the disease. Liam states that the medical benefits for Valhalla students and their families are the best on the continent. Zeke writes something down and reflects that the symptoms Liam described, periodic high fever and rose-shaped red spots, match the red blossom disease, which is set to spread across the central continent in 5 years. With its high contagion and fatality rate, it would claim countless lives until the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff developed a cure. The greedy alchemist guild had exploited people by charging exorbitantly for it, but the brothers eventually released the recipe publicly, allowing even mercenaries like Zeke to know of it. He hands the paper to Liam and says it contains the recipe for the cure to his mother's illness. He notes that it is simple enough for a Valhalla healer to prepare. Liam, overwhelmed with gratitude, asks how Zeke knew about a disease even the healers couldn't identify. Zeke, keeping the truth to himself, simply replies that he knows an alchemist. He then adds that now that Liam has the cure, there's no reason to go to Valhalla or remain his subordinate. Liam bows and says that such a thing is impossible. He has already pledged his life to Zeke and vows to serve him with loyalty for the rest of his life. Zeke, sipping his tea, thinks that having the mercenary king as a subordinate is quite reassuring. Meanwhile, Cadet Owen approaches Howard and respectfully suggests increasing the difficulty of this semester's evaluation. Howard asks why, and Owen replies that while it may seem presumptuous, the current year's first years are highly skilled, including members of prominent families and even 2 pure-blooded awakened. He explains that if the exam remains as easy as last year's, it won't properly distinguish their abilities. Howard acknowledges that it makes sense and, as expected from Zimon's descendant, tells Owen he will consider it positively. Afterward, Howard reflects that blood truly does not lie and thinks that Owen's perspective is sharp. Considering the potential future threats, he concludes it would be best to nip them in the bud. On the day of the semester evaluation, the dungeon exploration exam begins a unique assessment at Draker Academy where a team of 2 must escape a dungeon within a set time. Zeke asks Liam if he is nervous, and Liam admits that he is a bit. Zeke tells him that it's natural. Too much nervousness causes mistakes, too little leads to arrogance, but the right amount helps prevent both. When it is their turn to enter, a cadet stops them and points out that they are going the wrong way. Zeke stares at the cadet for a brief moment before the cadet impatiently tells him to get inside. Zeke and Liam move toward the indicated direction, complying with the instruction. The difficulty of the exam varies depending on the dungeon, but since it is a controlled test dungeon managed by the Draker Academy, there is no major danger. The goal is to escape within the time limit. Each team is issued a timer that starts upon entry. Every participant is given exactly 96 hours. Basic combat skills are also evaluated, and bringing back the heads of defeated monsters grants bonus points. However, the most critical part of the test is escaping the dungeon. Failure to do so within the time limit results in a failing grade. Zeke then tells Liam they've eaten and that he should get some rest. Liam insists that Zeke has set up camp and prepared the meal on his own, so he should rest first. Zeke replies that he can go without sleep for 4 days, so there's no need to worry, he will wake Liam if anything happens. As Zeke sits in the quiet, he reflects that it's been 16 hours since they entered the dungeon. Having stayed up training for 3 days before the exam, he has now been awake for about 90 hours. He notes that while his infinite stamina recovers physical fatigue, it doesn't recover mental fatigue. In a dungeon where unexpected events can occur at any time, he decides it's best to minimize risk. When Liam wakes up, he will switch shifts. Zeke then closes his eyes and has a strange dream. He hears a bell and sees a dead girl. He quickly opens his eyes and wonders about the dream again, certain that he hears a bell. He puts water on the fire and quickly wakes up Liam, telling him they have enemies. He says he will check the situation first and instructs Liam not to turn on the lights. While investigating, Zeke thinks that using Dragon Eye for 4 days straight is risky, so it is better to let his eyes adapt to the darkness naturally. He sniffs the smell of sulfur and begins to suspect something. He thinks that a creature smelling like sulfur and hunting in packs could only mean one thing: a Tier 3 danger class monster, hellhounds. He recalls how, in his previous life, Reyna brought back orcs during the evaluation, but never imagined there would be hellhounds this time. Then, he senses that something feels off. Even the leader of a pack of hellhounds should not weigh more than a few hundred kilograms, but the vibrations he feels suggest something far heavier, at least tens of tons. He wonders if it might be a mutant. The place where Zeke stands begins to shatter, causing him to lose his balance. He manages to steady himself on the ground as Liam asks if he is all right. Zeke realizes that the Zimmons are behind this, certain now that they are scheming something and are completely out to kill him. A monster then appears before them, a troll, a tier 1 danger class creature capable of easily devouring hellhounds or orcs. Troll blood is a crucial ingredient in healing potions, and their regeneration ability is absurd. Liam steps in front of Zeke and says he will act as bait, urging Zeke to escape in the meantime. Zeke refuses, saying not to speak so dishearteningly and asking what kind of lord abandons their subordinate. He tells Liam it's not about him. He trusts in Liam's efforts and believes Liam is not weak. He says he will support Liam, so he should do what he wants to do. Liam then leaps toward the troll and manages to strike it repeatedly, injuring it. Seeing this, Zeke notes that it's impressive Liam is able to wound the troll's tough skin and that he aimed precisely at the joints. He wonders if Liam also took time to study monsters. The troll then throws its weapon at them, but Zeke precisely dodges and knocks it away with a sword strike. Liam apologizes, and Zeke responds that, for a first real battle, this is not bad. Zeke then explains that while targeting the relatively soft joint areas was a smart move, Liam underestimated the troll's regeneration. He reminds Liam that minor scratches on a troll heal instantly, and that honest attacks can't keep up with their regeneration. As the monster begins to hit them with a hand, Zeke says it seems this is still too much for Liam, and he will finish it off. After fighting the troll, the system announces that they have defeated it and earned 30 karma points. Zeke tells Liam that this one should give a decent bonus and instructs him to collect it. Liam starts gathering the bonus while Zeke checks the system. A sudden quest appears: hunt 100 monsters of 10 types within 72 hours. Upon seeing the reward, Zeke wonders about the double karma points. As the timer starts, he notes there are 79 hours until the dungeon ends. He thinks that while the requirement of 100 monsters is manageable, hunting 10 types is troublesome. In a typical test dungeon, there are usually only 3 or 4 types, but since this is a trap set up by the Zimmons, there should be at least 10 types if they search thoroughly. He concludes that completing the quest and escaping the dungeon will just barely be possible. Liam collects the loot into the provided bag, which is given along with the timer. Though far inferior to a subspace pouch, it's sufficient for transporting monster heads. Zeke then tells Liam to move immediately and warns him not to fall behind. Time passes as they continuously hunt monsters. Liam collects the heads, and Zeke asks how it's going, noting they've hunted quite a few. He asks if Liam is getting used to real combat. Liam replies that he isn't sure yet. Zeke says that's fine, since it's normal for adaptation to take time. Now, with only 1 hour remaining, the quest status shows they've hunted 99 monsters of 9 types. Zeke observes that even after catching numerous blood-sucking leeches, they're still stuck at just 9 types. He looks around and thinks there's nowhere left to search, and grumbles that the Zimmons are no help. He wonders why they couldn't have prepared just one more monster type. Zeke suddenly notices a long crack forming on the ground, moving quickly toward Liam. He leaps toward him and shouts for him to drop the bag. Liam retreats just in time, but loses the bag as a huge worm emerges from the ground. Alarmed, Liam asks if Zeke is alright. Zeke replies that he doesn't worry, it's just monster blood, and tells him to watch carefully this time, as he can't keep protecting him. Zeke recognizes the creature as a dungeon worm, a high-risk monster that typically requires a dozen skilled purple knights to subdue. As the worm begins to attack, Zeke blocks its mouth with his sword, and then strikes at its body. The worm burrows underground again. Zeke reflects that even blue knights would avoid facing a dungeon worm in such terrain due to its ability to burrow and strike unpredictably. Noticing cracks forming again, Zeke spots the worm as it resurfaces. As it charges toward him, he evades, bends low, and slashes continuously along its long body. While gritting his teeth, he declares that he will slice it in half. But before he can finish it off, the worm's mouth lunges forward, wraps around him, and begins to tighten. Struggling with the pressure, Zeke is caught in its grip until Liam slashes at the worm's body with his sword. Feeling the grip loosen, Zeke breaks free and asks Liam what he did. Liam replies that he coated his sword with an anesthetic. Hearing this, Zeke realizes the key ingredient must have been belladonna. For humans, it only numbs sensations slightly, but for the dungeon worm, it acts as a deadly poison. In such a critical moment, Liam's decision to use the anesthetic as a substitute shows his quick thinking and adaptability, which are worthy of his reputation. Zeke acknowledges to himself that taking Liam in was absolutely the right choice. He then tells Liam to strike again when he gives the signal. Zeke launches himself at the worm's head and attacks it, shouting for Liam to stab the sword in again. Liam obeys, driving the weapon into the monster's side. The worm shrieks, and Zeke activates his soul body technique, unleashing a final slash that slices the worm clean in half. The system then notifies Zeke that the sudden quest is complete. Karma points are doubled, and 2 random boxes have been awarded as quest rewards. After the exam, Andre announces that cadets who have escaped should come forward for scoring, and those who are done may leave. He begins the evaluation and states that Rihanna Turan has exceeded the passing score by 130 points. She thanks him for the praise. Next, Andre evaluates Owen Zimmons, saying that he has surpassed the passing score by 70 points and commends his effort. Owen, pleased, mutters to himself that Rihanna won't stay arrogant forever. At that moment, Zeke emerges from the dungeon, accompanied by Liam, carrying the head of a dungeon worm. Zeke comments on how long it's been since he last saw sunlight. Owen turns around, stunned to see him, and internally questions how Zeke is even here. Zeke tosses the dungeon worm's head in front of them and teases Owen, saying he looks pretty surprised and asks if he's that happy to see him. He adds mockingly that Owen's usual poker face is gone and that he looks much better this way. Frustrated, Owen walks away, muttering that purebloods will pay for looking down on him. Zeke then greets Andre, who begins the evaluation. Zeke remarks that since he doesn't have anything else, a separate scoring might not be necessary. However, Andre, donning gloves, asserts that as long as he is the evaluator, nothing will be overlooked, and asks Zeke if he lost his hat collection bag. Zeke confirms it, thinking to himself that the dungeon worm ambush cost him the heads he'd collected over 3 days. Knowing Andre's meticulous nature, he expects him to inspect the traces stuck in the worm's teeth to determine the monsters. Andre proceeds with the evaluation, identifying remains of germolins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and finally, trolls. Everyone around is shocked at the mention of trolls. Andre notes that the blood volume suggests dozens, but to maintain fairness, only one of each identified monster will be counted. He also explains that while trolls and dungeon worms aren't part of the official scoring criteria, the Academy records equate them to 3 and 6 orcs, respectively. So, he assigns 90 points for the troll and 180 for the dungeon worm, bringing the total score to 368 points, which is a passing score. Owen protests, calling it a scam, pointing out that only the dungeon worm's body is present. Another cadet replies sharply, reminding everyone that the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points, and asks Owen and others to think carefully. If they had encountered a dungeon worm or a troll, if they could have even survived. Zeke wonders if it is really that much, noticing the commotion being made. He feels it is different from when people used to mock him and admits it is not bad. He realizes he has done something that draws attention again. He suspects that Zimmons even went as far as to manipulate the test dungeons to eliminate him. He questions whether Owen acted alone, but concludes that even Owen would not dare tamper with the Academy's test, thinking it might be the Zimmons family itself. He realizes he is being watched more than he thought and decides that hiding his power too obviously could backfire. For now, he plans to play along and observe. Then Rihanna Turan passes by him and comments that this time he has won. Later in the training hall, Zeke checks the dragon skill, Gluttony, which is at level 1. The skill allows one to eat and digest a lot, with an unlock cost of 50 points. He says he previously ignored it because it seemed useless. But now that he has 780 karma points, spending 50 is nothing. He activates the dragon skill, Gluttony, and sees that the description has changed. The system states that in Gluttony mode, anything can be digested and converted into energy, and consuming a monster with a bloodline ability allows absorption of its power. Holding a piece of meat, he decides to test energy conversion to understand it. As Gluttony activates, a swamp-like energy approaches him. He wonders what it is and observes the meat sinking into the shadows. The meat disappears. The system notifies that missing energy is being replenished with absorbed energy. He feels his headache easing as if he had taken a short nap and notices a relief in brain fatigue. He confirms that his entire body feels revitalized. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and even his ether hole show slight recovery. He adds more meat, saying the skill is definitely worth the 50 points. He realizes that with just this skill, he can reduce all the risks from his other skills. Brain fatigue can be relieved with Gluttony, and physical fatigue is already handled by infinite stamina. He excitedly claims he can now train for 24 hours without eating or sleeping and decides to start right away. Decker then informs him that his sword has been completed. Zeke quickly heads to the workshop and asks Galleon if his sword is ready. Galleon asks him to wait a moment. Zeke thinks that in his past life, the sword he received from Galleon was forged from mithril and pure iron, the legendary sword, Gram. Anyone could tell it was extraordinary. Even though he provided a dragon's fang as the material this time, he assumes it would look similar to Gram. When Galleon presents the sword, Zeke is shocked to see it. Zeke then grabs the sword and wonders why the sword looks plain on the outside. He asks Galleon if he purposely did not sharpen the blade. Galleon replies that originally, that is just how the sword is. Zeke places the sword back and asks if this is the form Galleon thinks suits him best. Galleon says yes and explains that most people would be confused by this, but Zeke understands his intention exactly. Galleon then mentions that the sword does not have a name yet and that he tried to name it, but nothing came to mind. He asks Zeke if he would name it himself. Zeke, surprised, wonders about it since Solar Point Gram was a name previously given by Galleon himself. But now Galleon says he cannot name this sword. Zeke realizes that he assumed it was just Gram with a new look made from a dragon's fang, but it is a completely different sword. Zeke then injures his arm with a knife, prompting Galleon to ask what he is doing. Zeke thinks that even though his healing factor is always active, it is still a skill he uses, so he should be able to control it. The system then informs him that the administrator's request is confirmed and that the class skill healing factor will be temporarily disabled. Zeke says it worked and then pours drops of blood onto the sword. Galleon sees this and wonders if it could be a sword naming ritual. He recalls that the sword naming ritual is a traditional dwarven ceremony that grants a weapon its name. The wielder imbues their aura or mana into their blood, and the ritual begins when the blood touches the sword. Once it starts, the caster falls into deep unconsciousness and wanders through endless time until they find the sword's name. It is so dangerous that it was practically forgotten, yet Zeke knows this ancient dwarven ritual, and Galleon questions how that is possible. As Zeke falls unconscious, he searches among countless names and eventually finds the one name to walk forward with. A new name for a new path is the Black Sword Bahamut. The system then informs him that Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Zeke, upon awakening, remarks that of all names, he pulled out the name of that evil dragon. Galleon praises Zeke, saying it is just as expected of him, remarking that even Darwin barely knows about the sword naming ritual. Zeke, while bandaging his arm, responds that he happened to learn about it while studying dwarven history. Galleon then asks if Zeke would take a short rest, saying there is something he really wants to give him. Zeke agrees and tells him to take his time finding it. He then thinks that being able to control a passive skill has significant implications, and it means he can prevent his abilities from being exposed, like during his fight with Duke, and there is no need to reveal all his cards. He decides he will take off the bandages later, but for now, something else is more important. The system displays the stats of Black Sword Bahamut, and Zeke sees that a special feature is sealed and will unlock as the user grows. He wonders about it, noting that he has never heard of a weapon like this and that it even has the indestructible trait. It was made from a dragon's fang, but he finds it still absurd. Still, he focuses on what matters most, aura conversion. He reflects that he went through a lot of trouble to have Galleon forge this sword and install a magic circuit, not just for Galleon's skills, but because of Gram's core ability, aura conversion, a unique trait that converts mana, ether, or any energy into aura. Since he was born unable to use aura, this was what allowed him to reach the level of a Red Knight. Galleon then returns and says he has finally found the scabbard. Upon seeing Zeke holding the sword, he notes the clear aura surrounding it and remarks that Zeke has already surpassed the level of a Purple Knight. Zeke replies that the sword is truly ridiculous and acknowledges Galleon's hard work. Galleon humbly says that compared to the furnace, this was nothing and asks Zeke to take a look at something else. He explains that his master personally made this scabbard. Zeke, surprised, wonders about it since he had never heard anything about Galleon's master in his past life. He then reads the inscription on the scabbard Gulrin Yober. He immediately recognizes the name as Gulrin Yober, the greatest blacksmith on the continent and the pinnacle of dwarven craftsmanship. Gulrin's creations are nearly perfect and possess special abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold among collectors. Zeke asks Galleon if he was Gulrin's apprentice. Galleon, impressed, confirms and says Zeke can read the dwarven language, then explains that if it is from Gulrin, the scabbard is far more than just a simple sheath. He demonstrates the scabbard's function, Turning the dial next to the entrance transforms it into a shield made of mithril and wyvern bones, able to withstand most attacks. Lowering the dial on the shield's handle turns it back into a scabbard. Galleon then sincerely offers it to Zeke, saying it's not nearly enough to repay his kindness, but asks him to accept it as a gift. He admits he could have sold it and made a furnace, but says he can't just sell his master's work to anyone. Zeke thinks the scabbard appears smaller compared to the sword, but knowing it's Galrin Yober's work, he trusts its quality. He grabs it and affirms that it exceeds all expectations. He acknowledges that he has received a truly precious gift and thanks Galleon. Later, in his room, Zeke wears a gauntlet and identifies the material as meteoric iron, an incredibly rare substance. The system then displays the gauntlet's information, made of durable yet lightweight meteoric iron, with a unique ability that activates when the full meteoric iron set is equipped. Zeke reflects that he received it from a random box given as a sudden quest reward and thought it was just like a treasure chest, but what was inside is far more valuable. He then decides to open and check the second random box. As Zeke opens the second random box and sees a map, his eyes widen. The system informs him that he has discovered a map containing traces of Grand Master Kaiser. Zeke wonders aloud if it could really mean Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower. He recalls that the biography of Kaiser and his knights, found in the brilliant kingdom of Kronos, is the most popular book on the continent. However, because the story sounds so absurd and lacks historical proof, it's generally considered fiction. But now, he realizes that Hero King Kaiser really did exist. The system then notifies him that restoration and analysis of the damaged parts of the map are complete, and the final position has been marked on the minimap. As he checks it, he recognizes the location, the giant mountains, known to be barbarian territory. He thinks this might be easier to resolve than expected. The system further announces that, due to his skill level, the tutorial will be concluded, and he has discovered a potential quest item. Zeke realizes that the tutorial was designed to raise him to a certain threshold of ability. The system tells him that the tutorial for a low-ranking administrator will now begin, and that after this, the real administrator quest will commence. Zeke, accepting the challenge, remarks that there will be no more baby steps, the real game is starting. Seeing the quest reward, he notes how much higher the stakes are now compared to the tutorial and states that he will make sure to claim everything. He decides to use some of the karma points he has been saving. The system informs him that he has used 15 points to unlock Draconian skill. Looking at his stats, Zeke reflects that while he still has a lot of points left, he doesn't know when he will be able to accumulate this many again. He decides to invest some points into a few key abilities, including the level 2 Draconian skill, and plans to save 400 points as a reserve. The system then activates Dragon Claw, a level 2 Draconian skill. Zeke prepares to test it, stating that it's time to try out what level 2 Draconian Claw can really do. Zeke wields his claw and exclaims that it's far better than he expected. Then, as he draws his black sword and swings it, the blade bounces off. He wonders why he didn't use aura and struck with the intent to cut through the floor, yet the sword simply deflects. He realizes this is no different than wearing full plate armor, even when completely unarmed. With Dragon Claw for attack and Dragon Scale armor for defense, he notes that the combination is excellent. Feeling warmed up now, he decides to continue. In the central training hall of Draker Academy, the instructor addresses the cadets, informing them that before the semester exam and the practical aura exam begin, a basic explanation of the rules will be given. He points to the area behind him, indicating the basic training dummies, and explains that these are specially designed so they won't break under mere physical force. However, if aura is properly channeled, it can be destroyed. He emphasizes that if a cadet fails to even leave a dent, they will automatically fail. All further exams will be nullified, and the student will have to start their training from scratch. He then calls Cadet Aaron. Owen, observing, thinks to himself that those called first tend to get flustered, but this form of aura training is something he's already familiar with, having trained at home. He confidently reflects that the aura education of the academy is based on the teachings of his own family, the Zimmons. He believes that even pure-blooded awakened cadets won't be able to match his mastery of aura control. The instructor calls Owen next, giving him permission to begin when ready. Owen uses the sword resonance technique, striking all the dummies at an incredible speed. The watching cadets react in awe. The instructor praises him, saying his performance is incredible and is just what one would expect from a Zimmons. Following that, several other cadets attempt the exam, but none succeed. The instructor wonders why everyone is struggling, concluding that they must have been intimidated by Owen's display. However, he notes that despite the failures, each student has at least been able to channel aura into their sword, which is a sign of the special class's high standard. Yet, even in a group of geniuses, there are some who stand out. Riina Turun steps forward and requests to be graded according to the dragon-slaying art. The instructor, surprised, reminds her that this is the standard for higher ranks. Riina affirms that she is awake. Pouring aura into a sword and using dragon-slaying arts are completely different. Maintaining aura alone requires intense focus, but dragon-slaying arts demand precision control of aura with every movement. Owen thinks that at best, Riina will manage a swing or two before losing her aura, and believes she is acting out of competitiveness toward him. Instructor cautions her that the failure conditions for dragon-slaying arts are much harsher and asks if she is sure. Riina confirms that she is. Riina then slashes each dummy with precise, calculated movements. Each strike lands with overwhelming force and perfect control, causing immense damage. The cadets watching are stunned. Whispers rise among them. Some admit they don't even feel a sense of rivalry with her. One murmurs that they believed Owen would be the best in aura control, but compared to Riina, he doesn't even come close. Owen is frustrated with this. Riina then calmly raises her sword and points it forward. Owen, standing in her line of sight, freezes for a moment and wonders what to make of the gesture. He questions if she's mocking him, but then realizes, with a jolt, that she never had any interest in him to begin with. Turning slightly, he notices that the tip of her sword isn't aimed at him at all. It's pointed directly at Zeke, who is quietly standing behind him. Zeke thinks that the situation is a mess, and he can't just ignore Riina when she's glaring at him like that. He decides to try to meet expectations a bit. He then says to the instructor that he would like to be graded according to the dragon-slaying art criteria as well. A junior instructor questions whether he is taking dragon-slaying arts too lightly just because Riina did it so easily, noting that she is a pure-blooded awakener. The instructor stops him and tells Zeke that the conditions will be the same as with Cadet Riina, and asks if that is fine. Zeke replies that it is. The junior instructor then asks why the instructor allows it, saying that all attendance has been processed, and he has not seen Zeke attend class even once. The instructor explains that it is because Zeke won a bet with instructor Andre. He adds that the junior instructor was only assigned recently, so it makes sense that he does not know about it. The instructor then reveals that Zeke is the unheard of Golden Light Pureblood Awakener and the unprecedented new recruit who broke Sir Abel's record in the dungeon escape exam. That cadet is Zeke Draker. Zeke wields his black sword and thinks that harnessing his strength is difficult, but after adjusting it, he says that this much should be enough. He uses the dragon-slaying arts, first verse, and precisely slices the dummy in half. While slashing, he remarks that he has practiced the dragon-slaying arts so thoroughly during the 2 years before he regressed that he could perform it in his sleep. His sword and movements, his positioning and footwork, and even the flow of aura are ingrained in his body to the point where they do not even require conscious thought. He admits to himself that although he was extremely bored with dragon-slaying arts, starting over from the basics is not so bad. After clearing them all out, he wonders if this much should be enough to stir up Riina as well. Everyone watching is astonished, wondering aloud if he has just wrapped his sword in an aura. Zeke notices their reaction and wonders if he got too absorbed in it. As he looks back at the dummies that he has precisely cut in half, he mutters that it looks like his aura ended up leaking out unconsciously. He reflects that he wanted to perform at a level similar to Riina's, but it looks like he will end up standing out again. After the test, Headmaster Howard, in his office, offers Zeke tea and says he has heard about Zeke's participation in the semester exam and that the results were very surprising. Zeke responds by saying he simply got lucky. Howard questions whether reaching the level of a perfect knight at 13 is truly a matter of luck. He then asks how Zeke feels about taking the grade advancement exam. Zeke asks if that means he will skip a grade. Howard explains that it could be one or more, depending on how he performs, as the system is designed for remarkable candidates like him. Zeke thinks that Howard took the bait faster than expected, which makes sense since he stood out more than he had planned. Zeke agrees to take the exam and leaves the office, thinking that it looks like Howard has something planned, but he will play along. Back in his office, Howard remarks that both Riina Draker and Zeke Draker Pureblood Awakeners have decided to take the exam, and he will be sure to take the necessary measures. He notes that things are getting interesting now. Meanwhile, Rihanna and Zeke are present at Draker Academy's upper class or a training hall. The instructor introduces the examiner for the grade advancement exam as the main family's upper-class knight, Sir Owl Draker. Seeing him, Zeke wonders if that man is the dieback blade, recalling memories of him from before he regressed. After recalling his memories with the man, Zeke realizes that his name is Owl. It suits the curt and rigid dieback blade perfectly. Then both Zeke and Rihanna greet him respectfully. Zeke reflects on the situation, thinking how unusual it is to have an upper-class knight as the examiner for a first-year grade advancement exam. In truth, the real supporting pillars of the Draker Academy are the upper-class knights. To earn such a title, one must equally possess power, renown, and experience, making it a position of great prestige. The instructor then explains that the examination method is one familiar to alumni of the Cradle, a swordsmanship battle. The match continues until a participant either loses consciousness or surrenders, and they are expected to give it their all. Rihanna steps forward and says she will go first. However, Owl interrupts, stating that there is no need to go one at a time, they should come at him together. As Rihanna begins moving toward Owl, Zeke calmly tells her not to get too heated, reminding her that she's surely aware of the difference in skill between them and their examiner. He adds that the test has already begun, and had she failed to control her emotions and rushed in, she likely would have lost points. Rihanna, composed once more, asks what she should do. Zeke thinks to himself, as expected of the genius, Rihanna, her ability to reassess the situation so quickly is impressive. He then tells her that there's a perfect strategy they can use in this situation, and that they're going to land one solid strike on him. Zeke and Rihanna surround Owl. Owl unsheathes his sword, and Zeke recognizes it as a Hwando, an odd sword with only a single edge, originating from the Eastern Empire, and one Owl has used for a long time. Noticing Rihanna's expression, Zeke assumes her pride is hurt, but questions what use honor or pride holds for the weak. He reminds himself not to take things personally and to focus on the strategy. They both rush toward Owl. As Owl's sword clashes with Zeke's black sword, Rihanna also attempts to strike, but Owl manages to block each of their attacks precisely with his blade. Rihanna realizes that this is the strength of an upper-class knight. Even though she follows Zeke's advice and targets his blind spots, she finds herself unable to land any effective blows, not even a scratch. Determined, she uses the dragon-slaying verse and attacks with lethal intent. As she strikes, Owl notices her approach, swiftly dodges, and counters with a kick that injures her. With the force of Owl's kick, Rihanna crashes backward, breaking through a wall. Some cadets rush over and ask if she is alright. She steps out from the debris and responds that she's fine and warns them that it's dangerous to step back. She realizes that, for a brief moment, she had lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Zeke engages Owl in combat. Owl recognizes Zeke's intentions and questions internally whether Zeke truly believes he can create an opening, something Owl knows he cannot achieve himself. He wonders if Zeke Draker is capable of pulling that off. Earlier, during their strategy discussion, Rihanna expresses disapproval of Zeke's plan, saying she cannot participate in such a shameful tactic and asking if he intends to tarnish an honorable duel. Zeke counters by asking when honor ever puts food on the table. He reminds her that this is not a knight's duel, but an exam meant to assess their ability to kill. Rihanna acknowledges his point, admitting that she is the one who asked for his help. Still, she doubts whether such a strategy will work against an upper-class knight. Zeke tells her they just need to create a situation where it can. He then brings up their previous fight in the cradle, asking her why she failed to dodge a rock. Rihanna admits she didn't expect him to use such a method. Zeke affirms that the same logic applies to Owl. He assures her that she only needs to wait for his signal and that even a small opening is enough. Zeke then uses Gale Shadowless Steps. Seeing the illusion of Zeke, Owl instantly recognizes it as the Duke's Gale art. As Zeke begins to strike, he tells Owl that he will have to get serious from now on. Owl blocks the sword. Just then, he notices a light released by Rihanna and realizes they are making use of a pureblood awakeness trait, Mana Interference. Owl slashes through the light, questioning if they truly think obstructing his vision would provide an opportunity against an upper-class knight. Zeke begins to sense something is off. Despite the pitch darkness, where even he can barely make out any figures, Owl moves as though completely unaffected. Zeke feels a bad premonition. Still, he decides it's a good moment to test out a new draconian skill, reminding himself that Owl is not the kind to brag or reveal information openly. Zeke activates his draconian skill, Dragon Claw. As Owl blocks the strike, he internally questions if this could truly be the sword strike of a first-year cadet. He concludes that it doesn't resemble a cadet's technique at all. Zeke Draker has already far surpassed that level. Owl observes that Rihanna appears unable to move in the dark light, but Zeke can. He deduces that Zeke may have deliberately discarded unnecessary force to restrict his movement, a tactic that would typically only work against someone of a similar level. As Owl continues to block, a rapid exchange of strikes follows. Zeke notices that Owl's movements begin to resemble how they were before the lights went out, and he wonders if Owl has already adapted to the darkness. Suddenly, Zeke sees Owl strike using his dragon eye and disappear from view. Owl internally notes that he can only make out a faint figure. It feels like he is fighting a shadow. Then, noticing the mana lights hitting the floor repeatedly, he realizes that these ambient sounds are masking Zeke's movements. Zeke, seizing the moment, signals Rihanna to attack. She unleashes an attack that produces a powerful flash and explosive sound tools that Zeke previously prepared with Professor Fanon. As the intense light and booming noise erupt, Zeke covers his ears. Owl, caught off guard and disoriented, realizes he has been tricked and that underestimating Rihanna was a mistake. With Owl stunned, Rihanna begins to slash at him, and Zeke joins in at the same time. But Owl regains composure and counters with his full moon slash, striking both of them and causing their swords to fall from their hands. As both Zeke and Rihanna faint, the guards carry them away for treatment. Duke arrives at the scene and comments to Owl that he really did a number on someone else's disciple. Owl bows respectfully and greets him as the Knight of the Gale. Duke, noting Owl's unchanging formality, remarks on how stiff he still is. He then asks about his disciple. Owl reflects silently. He recalls the moment when Zeke Draker's strike landed, how Zeke had intentionally let go of his sword to raise his guard. Owl realizes that Zeke could have counterattacked, but didn't. He questions whether Zeke's true goal was advancement, not victory. Perhaps Zeke had only shown the bare minimum of his abilities. Owl finally responds to Duke by stating that Zeke is far beyond his capacity to evaluate. During the Academy's grade advancement meeting, Headmaster Howard confirms that all members are in agreement with the decisions. The council collectively approves Rihanna's promotion to 3rd grade and Zeke's advancement to 5th grade. Following this, Zeke lives as quietly as he can. After completing his training in all the Gale arts under Duke, the position is passed on to Andre. He maintains a good relationship with Professor Fanon. But when Fanon is selected by the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphoa, they part ways. Zeke avoids involvement with the heirs of the great families. Interestingly, Owl visits him every quarter to request a duel. Then, as if reaching some kind of realization, Owl submits a leave of absence and isolates himself in a closed training hall. In this way, 2 years quietly pass, and Zeke graduates from the academy. At the Platinum Mansion, Decker congratulates Zeke, telling him he is the youngest ever to be admitted into Valhalla and expressing confidence that the Patriarch must be proud. Decker adds that he never expected Dean Howard to personally write Zeke a letter of recommendation. Zeke responds that he is grateful for it, but privately thinks that the title of youngest to be admitted has completely undone the 2 years of quiet living he had maintained. Zeke then confirms with Decker that he has around 3 months until the entrance ceremony and instructs him to head to Atlas first. He states that he intends to rest quietly and does not want to be disturbed by anyone. Decker affirms the order with a respectful reply. Zeke reflects on his true plan to use the vacation as an excuse to explore the giant mountains, where Kaiser's remains are said to lie. He plans to do so through the Adventurers Guild of the Argos Kingdom and keeps his destination hidden to avoid attracting suspicion. Liam then arrives and greets Zeke respectfully. Zeke tells him to ease up a bit and that it's fine to greet him informally. Liam asks the reason he has been summoned to the Platinum Mansion. Zeke explains that he heard Liam has been transferred to the special class and, as his liege, he couldn't just sit by idly. He says he has arranged everything Liam will need for his time at the academy, including materials for semester exams, training manuals, and essential items. He hands Liam a file and tells him to take it to Fafnir's Breath, where they will provide the necessary equipment. Zeke also informs him that a personal sword will be needed in the 4th year, and that too can be commissioned from Fafnir's Breath. Zeke reassures him that everything has already been paid for and encourages Liam by saying he has faith that he will follow in his footsteps. With tears in his eyes, Liam bows deeply and promises to live up to Zeke's expectations without fail. The Argos Kingdom is located at the northernmost edge of the central continent. It stands as one of the 4 major central kingdoms, alongside Delphoa, Tebia, and Alentia. The vast expanse of the giant mountains dividing the land of monsters from the rest of the continent is riddled with countless dungeons, both large and small. These dungeons attract daring adventurers from all around, each seeking to conquer and claim what lies within. Recognizing this potential, the first king of Argos established the kingdom's core industry around these dungeons, creating a system that connects adventurers directly to them. With the full support of the royal family, the giant mountains were systematically divided into hundreds of distinct regions. Shipping routes were developed, and fortified bases were constructed, all managed and maintained by the Argos Adventurers Guild. Over time, this guild expanded beyond Argos itself, spreading its influence across the entire continent. At the Argos Adventurers Guild, the staff congratulates Zeke on officially becoming an adventurer, and instructs him to submit his documents at the issue desk to receive his registration certificate. Zeke thanks them and thinks that obtaining official identification as an adventurer will make it easier for him to operate unnoticed. To avoid drawing attention as a Draker, he changes his appearance using a wig and magical lenses. He joins a shared caravan, and he is grateful to have found transport during the busy season. While seated, some adventurers begin chatting with him. They assume he is a nervous newcomer and ask if it's his first dungeon expedition. A blonde adventurer casually invites him to join their party, claiming they're veterans. He warns Zeke that dungeons have been dangerous lately, one wrong move, and he could become monster bait. The blonde adds that the first party to enter a dungeon usually takes the lion's share of the loot, a common saying among adventurers. Zeke listens silently, analyzing them. He concludes that they likely use new adventurers as bait or even sell them to slave traders. He abruptly stands and tells them to shut up. The blonde, taken aback, asks if he said something wrong. Ignoring him, Zeke informs the coachman that there are monsters, specifically a mob of orcs 500 meters behind them to the left. He questions whether this route is known for monster infestations. The coachman is shocked and insists the route is supposed to be safe. The blonde laughs and says that roads managed by the Adventurers Guild's main branch are so secure that not even wild animals should appear. Zeke then calmly asks what the massive creature behind them is, just as a giant monster emerges. As the attack unfolds, Zeke hides behind a tree and assesses the situation. The presence of orcs in a designated safe zone suggests a serious failure in base operations. Observing the bodies of slain adventurers, he suspects that even the stationed Argos soldiers were wiped out. He inspects a wounded adventurer and notes that the injury wasn't caused by monsters, it was clearly inflicted by a human. Zeke observes that the massive damage left on the corpses is done intentionally to make the scene appear like a monster attack. However, he notes that if monsters were truly responsible, the wounds would not be so cleanly cut. Additionally, there are almost no signs of resistance, with all the men killed neatly with a single strike. He concludes that only someone at least on the level of a purple knight could have done this. Though unfortunate, he decides not to linger, as staying longer might lead to misunderstandings. His current priority is to find traces of Kaiser. As he continues moving forward, he spots skulls placed in a particular arrangement and recognizes them as a symbol marking barbarian territory. The minimap shows he is close to the ruins associated with Kaiser. He notices the presence of the Empire's hunting dogs and questions their presence in this area. He recalls that hunting dogs are selected from among the most exceptional talents within the Empire's knight trainees. They are a covert unit operating directly under the Emperor, highly skilled in tracking and assassination. Their existence is known only to the highest ranks within the Empire, but they are expected to emerge publicly during the Empire's future continental wars. Referring to the map, Zeke recalls tracking their movements on his journey. He recognizes their unique techniques instantly, as Duke had clearly explained before that the Emperor is obsessed with achieving immortality and is scouring the entire continent in pursuit of it. Even before Zeke's regression, the Empire had already begun collecting rare artifacts. The Emperor not only dreamed of unifying the continent, but also of attaining immortality. Zeke wonders if the Empire has already found Kaiser's ruins and resolves to confirm it for himself. 3 members of the hunting dogs begin to grow suspicious. One of them pulls out a gun and fires at Zeke, but Zeke swiftly bends down, cuts off the shooter's hand, and the misfired bullet ends up hitting another member of the group. As Zeke notices a golden flare on the gun, he recognizes it as a signal of emergency, an indication that the man was the team leader. Zeke then addresses the man who sits in front of him, asking whether, given that there are only 3 of them, they are the perimeter guard team. He notes that a standard team typically comprises 12 members. 2 more men arrive on the scene and demand to know who Zeke is and who sent him. In response, Zeke severs the head of the man in front of him and calmly replies, asking if they still do not grasp the situation. He informs them that he is the one asking the questions and warns them to think carefully. There are 2 mouths left that can speak, and if one dies, then the other will follow quietly. Faced with the threat, the remaining men reveal all the information. Zeke checks the map and confirms their temporary base location, noting that it appears densely occupied. He suspects that the same group was likely responsible for the state in which the base was left. Given that even the kingdom's knights have been harmed, he wonders if the Empire truly has discovered the ruins. Determined, he decides to verify it personally, thinking that those who raise their swords against McCain will be sent to their graves. As Zeke enters barbarian territory, he eliminates the guards stationed outside and reflects that the scene reminds him of the old days, specifically when his superior, weary from a 5-year power struggle, ordered him to raid the Pebela cartel. The memory stirs the same feeling in him now. Soon, the hunting dogs surround Zeke, and a man standing atop a structure comments on Zeke's technique, asking if it is the knifemanship of a southern hitman. He warns that Zeke cannot be allowed to leave alive and offers him an easy death if he surrenders. Zeke observes that the man appears to be in charge, though at best he seems to have just reached the ceiling of blue knighthood, still far weaker than the hunting dogs Zeke encountered in his past life. Zeke responds mockingly, questioning whether it is appropriate to offer mercy to someone who has just massacred their comrades. He asks if they value their comrades so little that they would not avenge them by slaughtering him and his entire bloodline. Concluding that they must be from the central continent, Zeke prepares for battle. When one of the hunting dogs charges at him, Zeke blocks the sword with his knife and throws the attacker aside. As the others rush in, Zeke slashes through them with ease and questions whether the hunting dogs were always this weak or if he has simply grown too strong. Regardless, it makes no difference to him now. Then, Zeke's mana reflection skill activates, prompting confusion from the leader, who interprets the sudden power outage as a possible effect of a Dragon Slayer's mana interference. Noting that Zeke appeared unarmed and did not use aura, and assuming his technique is southern knifemanship, the man convinces himself it must be a technical malfunction. He urges his comrades to remain calm and defend until the power is restored. However, when the lights come back on, he finds all his comrades dead. Horrified, he asks himself what is going on. Zeke appears behind him and remarks on the Emperor's audacity for targeting hero King Kaiser's ruins. The leader cautiously turns and draws his sword, demanding clarification. But Zeke disappears from view, his voice echoing to say there is no need for an answer, he can find the ruins on his own. Suddenly, Zeke materializes behind him, places a knife to his neck, and kills him. As Zeke walks away, he throws a knife behind him and reflects that all the events occurring there will be attributed to McCain, the McCain cartel, the organization he once poured his blood, sweat, and tears into during his past life. It is a criminal group based in the south that does anything for money. After the Cusco kingdom in the south collapses due to a civil war, the McCain cartel ends up dividing the resulting lawless territory into 2. Zeke believes he could have covered his tracks using draconian skills, but he deliberately employs southern knifemanship and leaves behind McCain's distinctive warning signs. He thinks it is actually more advantageous to leave such a clear trail. The Empire is bound to blame the incident on the southern cartel, and even if it launches an operation in response, it would only result in eliminating McCain, an outcome that benefits him regardless. He recalls the letter he finds, which reveals that the Empire's situation is worse than he had imagined. Though the Emperor's order is simply to locate ancient ruins, the most alarming part is the attached enclosure operation map. Not only the central continent, but also the eastern regions currently under ceasefire, and even the unexplored dark seas are marked. The Emperor deployed hunting dogs to every location where he suspected ancient ruins might exist. Zeke concludes that the hunting dogs have already expanded to the scale they had reached before his regression. However, since it appears they have not yet discovered Kaiser's ruins, he decides it is best to hurry. At that moment, he notices a red flare in the sky and suspects that it must be a signal indicating a disaster. As Zeke notices the hunting dogs chasing him, he wonders if they have already caught up to him. He recalls that the 5-part red flare signals an absolute snare in order to kill the hazard at all costs. With the flare at the center, the hunting dogs will search, secure, and trap their target, continuing their pursuit until the target is found. Zeke knows this method is their standard assassination tactic and equates to a death sentence. He remembers dying in an absolute snare when he stole the artifact in the northern continent interior in his past life. Now, however, he believes that with the system on his side, he can handle them. He barely dodges their slashes and leaps away, thinking that, as expected, these hunting dogs are on a different level compared to the ones in the cave. As he attempts to flee, they surround him. He then remarks that this situation has become troublesome. Based on their skills, he thinks he should be able to escape, but doing so would ruin his attempt to frame McCain. Reluctantly, he decides to use something he had hoped to avoid and blows the horn. The hunting dogs grow suspicious, wondering if one of their own blew it. Zeke then throws smoke bombs toward them. They shout that the sound is just a distraction and order each other to catch him immediately. In the thick dust, Zeke disappears from their sight. Their leader instructs them not to panic, reminding them that as long as the absolute snare is in place, the target cannot escape. He tells everyone to hold their positions and watch for any unusual movement or shadows. The leader then starts to question the situation, unable to detect any sign of Zeke. He wonders whether Zeke expects them to retreat just because their vision is blocked, or if the horn sound has some deeper meaning. Suddenly, one of the men is killed. The group wonders what's happening and then notices an attack from barbarians. The leader is confused, believing that they haven't done anything to provoke the barbarians. He thinks they might be able to handle one or two of them, but doesn't understand why the barbarians are suddenly attacking in force. As he observes his men being slaughtered, he concludes that the situation is dangerous with their current numbers. Firing his gun, he declares a retreat and announces the withdrawal of the absolute snare. Meanwhile, Zeke reaches a new location, panting and thinking that the strategy worked far better than expected. He holds the broken barbarian horn, a tool designed for quick communication during battle, and recalls that in his past life, he had developed a friendly relationship with the Mohocan tribe. They had taught him how to craft and use the horn. The signal he sent earlier informed them that outsiders were invading their sacred homeland. Zeke reflects that although the barbarians are often seen as primitive and uncivilized, they have their own culture, traditions, and a fragile, endangered civilization. He notes that this crude replica of the horn can only be used once. Then, resuming his journey, he says it is time to find the real ruins. As Zeke follows the map, he reaches a location where he encounters a monster and remarks that trouble keeps coming one after another. The system notifies him that he has discovered a fallen dragonborn corrupted by contaminated energy. He observes the minimap and identifies a door there, then asks the system whether he can open it. The system accepts the request, and the door to Hero King Kaiser's home opens, which immediately alerts the monster as it growls. Hiding behind a wall, he thinks that sneaking past it is no longer an option. Applying dragon-slaying art, he dashes toward the door, planning to use shadowless steps to interfere with the monster's sight and quickly enter the entrance. As he slashes at the monster, he manages to injure it. However, when the monster's blood splashes on him, he feels a burning sensation and wonders if the blood is acidic. He notes that the monster has thick blood and 9 heads, recognizing it as the 9-headed dragon, a creature that even his master in his past life could barely subjugate. He then decides to give it a try. Zeke slashes at the monster, but it regenerates, and he grows troubled, questioning how this could be considered dragon slaying. In an age where dragons are extinct, dragonborn monsters are known to be the closest existing beings to actual dragons. His attacks prove ineffective, as no matter how much he cuts the creature, it heals instantly. Realizing that defeating it with his current skills is beyond him, he estimates the distance to the door to be about 30 meters. He instructs the system to close the door. The system confirms the request, announcing that the door to the home of the Hero King Kaiser has been sealed. He then applies dragon-slaying arts and severs one of the monster's heads. Seizing the opportunity, he decides to abandon the fight and make a run for the door. However, as he glances back, he sees the monster pursuing him and even ripping off its own arm in the process. He becomes alarmed, not expecting it to follow him into the ruins. Zeke then shouts that if the creature wants his arm so badly, it can take it, and he slashes off another head. His arm regenerates. The monster responds by releasing a poisonous fog, showing that it still has many tricks up its sleeve. The system alerts him that he has been poisoned by the monster. He uses the soul manifestation technique to regenerate and proceeds to destroy the remaining heads. With only one left, he declares it will end now. At that moment, his draconian skill, Dragon's Dignity, activates. He furiously commands the monster to back off if it does not want to be crushed. The creature appears to tremble in fear and flees. He is surprised that Dragon's Dignity worked on a Dragonborn and regrets not using it earlier. As he checks the system, he wonders why he feels so exhausted despite his infinite stamina being active. Suspecting the poison as the cause, the system confirms that he has struck fear into the Dragonborn and asks if he would like to activate the authority to subjugate the target. He is astonished that the creature feared him possibly because of using Dragon's Dignity and considers this a chance to tame such a powerful monster. However, the system informs him that he lacks the required administrator authority to subjugate the target Dragonborn. Zeke wonders in frustration why he lacks administrator authority, especially after looking forward to subjugating such a powerful monster. He acknowledges that having no limitations on a cheat skill like that would have been strange anyway. Suddenly, his body begins to deteriorate. The system issues a warning: the poison from the nine-headed dragon has surpassed dangerous levels. Zeke becomes alarmed, realizing that his healing is ineffective against this poison. He desperately considers alternatives and remembers Gluttony, a skill that can consume bloodline abilities. He immediately activates the Gluttony skill. After some time, the system notifies him that he has consumed the severed head of the fallen Dragonborn, which had been corrupted by contaminated energy. As a result, his Gluttony skill increases in rank after absorbing the life of an elimination target. His lost energy is replenished through the absorption. Zeke checks the system and notes with satisfaction that Gluttony, which had remained stagnant until now, has finally ranked up. He speculates it may be because he absorbed a lifeform designated as an elimination target. The system confirms this, explaining that eliminating target lifeforms monsters marked by the system grants additional rewards when subdued. Zeke acknowledges that he has gained some very useful information. Then, without wasting more time, he enters the home of the hero King Kaiser, saying that he must start moving now, as the monster had already delayed him enough. Hero King Kaiser is known as a legendary figure, a half-human, half-fairy born to a wise sage and a fairy monarch. Like many heroes, his life is difficult from the very beginning. Due to the scheme of an evil mage, he is separated from his parents and abandoned in a forest. There, a sacred wolf finds the young, crying Kaiser and raises him, allowing him to grow up safely. Eventually, Kaiser rises to save the oppressed humans and establishes a human-only kingdom, Kronos, at the center of the continent. Now, the proof of both Hero King Kaiser's existence and that of the Kronos kingdom stands directly in front of Zeke. Observing the building, Zeke remarks that it is far smaller than what he has seen described in books, and he admits he never expected the ruins of Kaiser to actually be the kingdom of Kronos itself. Standing before a massive door, Zeke notes that it reminds him of the Dragon Slayer's home. As the door opens and he enters, he discovers what appears to be Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. The system notifies him that the quest linked to Hero King Kaiser has begun, and that he cannot leave the area until the quest is completed. The quest requires him to acquire the Hero King Kaiser's wisdom through the remnants of his presence within the ruins. The reward is listed as the Fairy Monarch's Tears. Zeke wonders at this, recognizing the reward as the tears of the Hero King Kaiser's mother, an existence said to grant the wishes of men. Zeke states that he is unsure what the Fairy Monarch's tears are used for, but he believes they must be a broken-level treasure. He then asks the system how to obtain the advancement. The system instructs him to extract data from a magical video recording device. It identifies 546 entries of Hero King Kaiser's magical video records, and among them, 12 matches request. The system begins by playing the first of the 12 magical video records. In the video, an elf man appears. Zeke recognizes him instantly. This is the legendary Shatun, known as Kaiser's most loyal knight. As the video plays, a strange aura radiates from it, and Zeke feels as though his body is being sliced in half. Overwhelmed by the aura even through the recording, he collapses to the ground. Despite the intensity, he finds the sensation exhilarating and requests the system to replay the last video from the beginning. About 4 days have passed since he got trapped in the ruins. He focuses completely on training. Opposite the entrance, there are 3 doors. The first room is a food storage filled with enough provisions for several months. The second room offers a rest area and various amenities for maintaining physical condition. And the third room contains a collection of books and training materials. While training, Zeke reflects that this place must have been a training ground prepared for Kaiser's successor. Grateful for the environment, he immerses himself in training, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Although he is now able to imitate the form well enough on the surface, he admits he still cannot fully capture the original sensation from the video. Then, the system notifies him that he has acquired Hero King Kaiser's advancement, Elemental Sword. The basic stage is complete, and the system proceeds to initiate the advanced application stage. Zeke feels confused by the system's message, but before he can process it fully, the system summons the spirit of Hero King Kaiser. As the legendary figure appears before him, Zeke is stunned, realizing that the Hero King himself is standing right in front of him. However, without warning, the king draws his sword and suddenly slashes at Zeke. Caught off guard, Zeke quickly blocks the strike and exclaims in disbelief, questioning the sudden attack. With the next blow, the spirit sends Zeke flying, overwhelming his guard completely. Zeke struggles to recover, noting that the strength behind the blow feels as if he's up against a master from one of his past lives. Kaiser's spirit chastises him, declaring that attempting to learn his swordsmanship with such poor skills is laughable, and that the old knights would be ashamed to see it. Zeke, trying to comprehend the situation, considers the possibility that the spirit is testing him. But as more strikes come his way, he realizes the attacks are genuine and deadly. The spirit is not holding back, he is truly trying to kill him. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Zeke regains focus. He reminds himself not to overthink, but to do what he always does, give it his all. He equips his black sword and prepares to face the spirit head-on. Kaiser's spirit then questions whether Zeke was a student of Shatun, trying to recall the name of a power Aurora, or something similar before dismissing it. As Zeke launches his counterattack, he realizes just how deceptively powerful the spirit's strikes are, delivered with minimal movement yet immense force. The spirit, charging forward with thrill in his voice, states that it doesn't matter what the power is called, as long as the fight is fun. Their swords clash violently. With each exchange, Zeke acknowledges the vast difference in their strength. While he had expected a challenge, he hadn't anticipated a gap this overwhelming. Still, he steels himself, knowing he has at least one hell of a fight left in him. Zeke activates all of his skills and begins to face the spirit head-on. As the full force of his abilities emerges, the spirit of Kaiser observes with intrigue, remarking that Zeke is using Dragonkin powers despite not being a Dragonkin himself, and also wielding elemental powers. Zeke attempts to strike, but Kaiser's spirit counters with divine magic, effortlessly blocking the attack. After some time, Zeke regains consciousness. The spirit addresses him, stating that he has finally awakened and noting that he possesses quite a few remarkable abilities: Shatun's techniques, Dragonkin power, and the elemental force. He explains that part of Zeke's soul overlaps with the spirit realm, and that it seems he has crossed into that realm multiple times while inhabiting human bodies. This, the spirit says, is likely why Zeke is able to use elemental power. Zeke bows respectfully and asks for clarification. He says the spirit keeps mentioning Shatun's skills, the spirit realm, and elemental powers, but none of it makes sense to him, and he requests a proper explanation. Kaiser's spirit, however, replies that there are more important goals than those trivial matters. When Zeke asks what he means, the spirit tells him that he is referring to the elemental sword. Kaiser explains that the elemental sword is built upon the 4 elements and expands from them. He demonstrates the wind element, its power field, and storm blade. He adds that the source of elemental power used in the elemental sword is what Zeke refers to as ether. Zeke internally notes that from the explanation to the manifestation of power, it resembles magic more than traditional swordsmanship. Kaiser tells Zeke that it is now his turn. Zeke wonders why he cannot sense any ether in Kaiser if elemental power originates from it. He suspects there may be a secret in how ether is converted into elemental power. He asks Kaiser for the method of conversion. Kaiser simply responds that it just happens and says he does not know how to explain it. Zeke realizes that ether is not absent, it is just undetected. He decides to figure it out himself and recalls Kaiser referring to his full force strike as elemental power. He concludes that this means his technique already involves elemental energy. He attempts a full force wind strike but fails to wield it properly, causing both him and Kaiser to fall. Kaiser yells at him to use elemental power, not some strange technique mimicking a dragon's tongue. He states that dragon tongue is exclusive to dragons, perhaps usable by Dragonkin, but definitely not by humans. He criticizes the technique Zeke used as a crude imitation. Zeke recalls witnessing Dragon Tongue when he absorbed Bahamut's heart in the Dragonslayer sanctuary. At that time, a message indicated he had learned Dragon Tongue but could not use it. He concludes that his full force strike must be based on Dragon Tongue, and once he grows strong enough to unlock it, he will use the technique freely, yet another reason to grow faster. As the advanced training continues, Zeke finds it more time-consuming than the basics. However, thanks to his heavenly-born body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless sparring sessions, he eventually grasps the principle behind the elemental sword. He understands that, like magic which activates by channeling mana through a casting formula, the elemental sword activates by using ether as a medium blended with the spirit's elemental force. Once he understands the principle and the feel of it, wielding the sword becomes much easier. Upon Zeke's successful use of elemental power, Kaiser tells him that he is finally worth watching and informs him that the next stage will be even more intense, so he should rest for the day. As they rest, Zeke tosses his sword aside and asks a few questions. He brings up how Kaiser called him Shatten's disciple upon seeing him use aura, and wants to know what he meant by that. Kaiser replies that it is exactly what it sounds like. Shatten believed humans should not use elemental swords, so he created his own technique. Since Zeke is using that, Kaiser called him Shatten's disciple. He adds that Shatten Draker passed down only his technique and excluded Kaiser's. Zeke then realizes that Shatten was a Draker. He wonders if the founder of the Draker style was not Terrakin, as commonly believed, but rather this ancient figure, Shatten, and why this is not known publicly. He then asks about the spirit realm, where spirits reside. He mentions that after learning the elemental sword, he can feel the spirit's power, but he still does not fully grasp what the spirit realm actually is. Zeke forms the elemental sword, Field of Wind Power, and remarks that this is how it can be used. Kaiser responds that technically it's different, but he can think of the spirit realm as the afterlife, while the material realm is like the world of the living. He explains that once the physical body leaves the material realm and enters the spirit realm, there is no return, just like being blocked by an invisible wall that cannot be crossed. Zeke recalls that Kaiser previously mentioned that part of his soul is connected to the spirit realm and notes that Kaiser himself is currently present in spirit form. With a flick of his finger, Kaiser opens a swirling hole in the wall and replies that he has never seen anyone like Zeke before either, but there are a few tricks to crossing the boundary, adding that in his case, a dragon helped him. Zeke enters the swirl and questions the idea, stating that dragons do not exactly help humans. Kaiser counters by saying that there is no being more affectionate toward humans than dragons. Zeke, surprised, thinks this is nonsense, recalling dragons like Bahamut creatures said to have tried to destroy the world. He begins to realize that the relationship between dragons and humans must have been different in ancient times. Kaiser questions whether he really needs to explain it, stating that Zeke himself is the living proof. He points out the heart and the fang items that form Zeke's sword were both gifts from Bahamut. Zeke admits that Bahamut had indeed said his family was admirable for serving him for generations and had gifted the items to him. Kaiser laughs and comments that Bahamut remains fiercely loyal to his own and must have had a tough time cleaning up after that foul-tempered guy. He adds that Bahamut often clashed with Kronos because of that fiery nature. Zeke wonders if Kronos is also a dragon's name and asks about it. Kaiser confirms it, saying the kingdom of Kronos was named after Lord Kronos. He explains that he was Kronos' contractor, and when he struggled to name the kingdom, Kronos was just relaxing and sipping tea, so Kaiser named it after him. Kaiser elaborates that thousands of years ago, dragons and humans lived in harmony. However, due to their overwhelming power, dragons helping humans without restraint could disrupt the balance of the world and endanger the material realm. To prevent this, they transcended their power, polymorphed into human forms, and formed contracts with humans. These humans, like Kaiser, were called contractors. The high performance of ancient relics is due to being crafted with the help of dragons. As Zeke reflects on why dragons and humans eventually drifted apart, Kaiser interrupts his thoughts, complaining that his neck almost fell off waiting for him. Zeke approaches him and jokes that after waiting 2,000 years for a successor, a little more waiting should be nothing. Kaiser responds sarcastically, telling Zeke to see how long he can maintain that arrogant attitude. He announces that the final stage of advanced training is a sparring match with him. But this time, he adds a condition. Zeke is not allowed to sleep or eat, and the spar will continue until Kaiser says it's over. Additionally, Zeke must only use the same elemental sword as Kaiser. Zeke asks what would happen if he breaks the rules. Kaiser bluntly replies that if Zeke has extra lives, he's free to try. The elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, each corresponding to a different element. First is the one based on fire, the chapter of flame, which unleashes immense heat and fire, granting overwhelming destructive power. Next is the chapter of earth, rooted in the element of soil, which specializes in suppression and restraint by controlling density and weight. Then comes the chapter of wind, which, though weaker than flame in raw power, is highly versatile, useful for rapid attacks, high-speed movement, and air slicing. Lastly is the chapter of water, which balances offense, defense, suppression, and support, fluid and adaptable like water itself. Zeke strikes with his sword and internally questions why there is such a massive gap despite believing he should be ahead in both power and scale. When he asks Kaiser, Kaiser tells him bluntly that what he is using is the power of a waterfall, not the power of water itself. Zeke questions whether simply manifesting the element is not enough, pointing out how the other chapters function effectively just by releasing the element and swinging with force. But Kaiser repeats that water is different. It is all about softness that overcomes strength. Zeke reflects bitterly on the idea, rejecting the notion outright. He believes he submitted in the past because he lacked the strength to resist. He thinks he lost because he lacked the strength to survive, to protect what he valued. All his life, he has pursued strength, so the claim that softness can defeat it feels absurd to him. He questions if he has just dozed off during sparring. He estimates that at least a month has passed since this relentless training began, 15 days since he stopped counting. Without eating or resting, he has sparred endlessly. From this brutal training, Zeke realizes that even infinite stamina has its limits when faced with a monster who can overwhelm that ability. While sparring in water, he laments his inability to move his arm and how the slippery ground hinders him. Then, after deflecting one of Kaiser's heavy strikes, he comes to an understanding. He realizes that true mastery lies not in brute force, but in letting go. From the strength needed to hold a sword to the strength to merely stand, he begins to grasp what Kaiser meant. He understands now that his previous training focusing on controlling every movement had only restricted him. Letting the sword find its own path, like flowing water, is the key. He recalls a similar feeling from his past life, a moment when the line between himself and the blade blurred, when he and the sword were one. Sometimes that feeling was fierce, sometimes graceful. Finally, in Kaiser's home, after enduring this grueling trial, Zeke sits before Kaiser as golden light radiates around him. Kaiser addresses him with recognition, calling him the heir to his former battle, Zeke Draker. Zeke regains consciousness and wonders if he passed out again, noting that this is the second time he has lost consciousness, the first being during his spar with the Duke. The system informs him that excessive skill usage has surpassed his fatigue limits, causing it to forcibly shut down his safety consciousness. He recalls that the previous time was due to overusing Dragonkin skills, which had prompted the system to put him into forced unconsciousness. But this is the first time since his regression that he has fainted purely due to physical limitations. As he takes in his surroundings, he notices that the door is now open and concludes that Kaiser must have returned to the spirit realm. He wonders about the quest status and thinks that he managed to pull off the field of water power decently at the end. Then he checks the system, which confirms that the linked quest has been successfully completed and bonus rewards have been added. Along with the quest reward, he receives 500 karma points and 3 random skill cards. Seeing the rewards, he remarks internally that it's a lot, and that even checking everything will be a task in itself. He then checks the seal level, which was at 95% after he absorbed the heart, and decides to keep monitoring it. Next, he opens the random boxes, from which he obtains boots, leg armor, and earrings. Holding the earrings, he notes that they would fetch a fortune if sold to a mage, and that he now has boots and leg armor to pair with his gauntlets, bringing him closer to a complete set. He turns to the random skill cards, expecting skills within. The revealed skills are static electricity, flash bomb, and dissonance. Reading their descriptions, he notices they are all C rank and reflects that if high-grade skills were given out for free, all his suffering would lose meaning. He activates the static electricity skill, and his knife is imbued with its power. Impressed, he thinks the skill is quite effective for its rank and has versatile applications. He also considers that combining flash bomb and dissonance could produce a better result than even the artifact he used during his grade skip exam. He remembers the authority upgrade also unlocked new system functions, including item shortcut slots, allowing items to be used like skills. He sees the potential for practical use in combat. Given his infinite stamina and healing factor, he initially thinks to slot something other than potions, but then reconsiders. He acknowledges that even supposedly perfect skills have weaknesses, and he could still face someone like Kaiser, whom he can't handle even with infinite stamina. Plus, the limits of his healing factor are still unknown. For emergencies, he purchases a top-grade healing potion called Salvation and assigns it to the item shortcut slot. Reading its description, he notes that while it's an unexpected expense, its quality makes it worth it. It could serve as a substitute for infinite stamina or the healing factor when necessary. Lastly, he turns to the most important reward, the Fairy King's Tear. The system explains that the tear was shed when Hero King Kaiser was lost due to a wicked sorcerer's scheme, and it can be used once to summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm. Zeke recalls legends that say the Fairy King grants wishes to humans. If Kaiser's legends are true, he may be able to summon the Fairy King and have a wish granted. However, since it's a one-time use item, he decides not to test it carelessly and chooses to hold onto it for now. He departs from the ruins, saying that surely a time will come when it will be needed. As Zeke comes outside, he observes his surroundings and realizes that he has arrived at an adventurer's outpost. He marvels at the fact that the teleportation actually worked, recognizing that this is due to the new system feature, Portal Travel. He reflects on how useful it is. Just clicking a destination on the minimap allows him to go directly there. He notes that while greater distances require more points, there are no actual restrictions. With enough points, he could even travel between continents. He concludes that this isn't just convenient, it could also help him evade anyone trying to track him, making it a valuable asset for his future plans. He then notices blooming flowers and is momentarily puzzled, wondering how that's possible in the middle of winter. Meanwhile, at the top training academy in the central continent, Valhalla, Zeke is standing in the principal's office. The principal remarks that after 10 years of leading the academy, he has never seen a situation like this, a new student arriving a full month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke internally admits that he hadn't realized he had been stuck for 4 months. The entrance guide, which came with his recommendation letter, clearly stated that failing to attend the ceremony could result in admission denial, left to the principal's discretion. Since waiting another year isn't an option, especially because he needs access to the training track and secure archives, he resolves to convince the principal no matter what. He tells the principal that he entered a trance state while training alone to address his shortcomings and that he lost consciousness for an extended period. Principal Flaubert Borges reacts skeptically, noting that a trance state is the excuse Zeke is using to justify missing the ceremony. Flaubert, formerly the longest-serving captain of the Tebby Kingdom's Royal Guard, is a knight known throughout the continent and deeply respected. It is still widely remembered that Arthur Draker, the current head of the Draker family, visited Flaubert 3 times to persuade him to accept the principalship. Zeke understands that this man values honor and principle, and that appealing emotionally would only make matters worse. So, he bows respectfully and says that he has no real excuse for missing the ceremony, not even if he had 100 mouths, but insists that his explanation is true. The principal replies that entering a trance is not something anyone can do easily. If it were any other student making such a claim, he would have charged them with insolence. But since Zeke comes with a personal recommendation from the Academy's head, Flaubert is willing to make an exception. He tells Zeke that he will be granted an evaluation. If Flaubert and the assembled professors find that his so-called trance training was more valuable than a month of formal education at Valhalla, then he will be allowed to enroll. Zeke expresses his gratitude. The principal then instructs a servant to immediately secure a vacant training room and to summon the department professors for an additional entrance evaluation. Later, in Valhalla's cadet private training room, Zeke stands on the training ground and takes in the sight of his evaluators. He notes that, as expected from Valhalla, every professor present is a renowned knight whose name has appeared in continental news at least once. Principal Flaubert addresses him directly, saying that now that everyone is gathered, Zeke should demonstrate the results of the training he claims to have completed. Zeke wonders what he should demonstrate, realizing that he cannot reveal the elemental sword. As he observes the intense pressure radiating from the professor's auras, he understands that these are individuals who train the greatest knights on the continent. They would not be impressed by any ordinary technique. He decides to reveal just a glimpse of his true capability. Swinging his black sword, he manifests the aura blade. The professors are taken aback by the display, remarking among themselves that he has already reached the level of a blue knight at the age of 15, noting that the previous youngest record holder was Sir Abel at the age of 19. Zeke thinks that after spending months facing only Kaiser, he has completely forgotten how to restrain his aura. He feels relieved that the professors perceive him only as being at the level of a blue knight. Before meeting Kaiser, his aura indeed matched that level. However, after mastering the elemental sword including the water field, his aura has broken through to a whole new stage, allowing him to reach the level of a red knight. He reflects that the main distinction between the two ranks lies in the use of the aura blade. A blue knight can merely manifest and maintain it, wrapping the sword in a thin, sharp layer of aura to enhance lethality. In contrast, a red knight can freely manipulate its form while maintaining its deadliness. Zeke feels reassured that he limited himself to only manifesting the aura of blade, otherwise the situation could have become far more troublesome. The principal praises him, saying it is incredible Zeke has demonstrated results that far surpass what a month at Valhalla could offer. He adds that, had it been for such a valuable awakening, it would have been acceptable for him to arrive not just months, but even years late. Zeke wonders if the principal is the same strict man from earlier, now acting entirely different. Despite the praise, Zeke humbly apologizes once again for missing the entrance ceremony due to his own shortcomings. The principal turns to the professors and asks if any of them oppose Zeke's admission. They all respond that they do not. Such a clear manifestation of aura blade is rare even among active knights, and there is no need for further demonstration. The principal agrees, stating that it is as they say, and formally congratulates Zeke on his enrollment. In the Middle Land Atlas, a vast city the size of a kingdom lies at the center of Middle Land. This is where Valhalla, the facility that trains the greatest knights on the continent, and the Drakers' Four Seasons Fortress are located. Since the Four Seasons Fortress houses the patriarchs of the Drakers and several key figures, it is regarded as the true main stronghold of the Draker family. Standing outside his personal mansion in Atlas, Zeke remarks how imposing it is. He opens the door and thinks that even though he now has a black card, this still feels excessive. As he enters, a celebration is held for him, with Duke and Andre shouting their congratulations on his entrance to Valhalla. Duke adds that Zeke truly is incredible. It's his first time seeing someone miss the Valhalla entrance ceremony. With the star of the show finally present, he suggests they get started. After arriving at the mansion in Atlas, it turns out that Duke and Andre have prepared a surprise enrollment celebration party. Zeke had been wondering why people who should be at the academy are in Atlas, but he learns that Duke was called back to the Four Seasons Fortress by the Patriarch and had decided a month ago to become a housekeeper at Zeke's mansion on his own. As for Andre, he mentions that he has entered Valhalla as an assistant professor and will be imposing on Zeke. Zeke remarks that it seems like Andre has followed him there. Zeke then goes inside the secret door, passing through the second and third layers of security magic, thinking that this is very much like K. Before his regression, there were two groups known as the greatest intelligence organizations on the continent, the Drakers' Order of the Black Knights and the Ram Empire's Intelligence Bureau. However, there is also another organization not widely known among the public, the Syndicate. Initially just a loose gathering of smugglers, it becomes a structured intelligence network after K joins and transforms their smuggling routes into information channels. Around this time in his previous life, Zeke would have already been expelled from the academy and ended up with McCain. He had done everything possible to survive, eventually rising to the position of a hitman. It is during that time that K, then a branch manager, had come looking for him with permission to clean up an important transportation route. At that time, she wants to expand the transportation routes they have secured in order to grow Syndicate into an intelligence organization that would not fall behind the Black Order or the Information Bureau. Through her tenacity and talents, she manages to turn Syndicate into her own. And after everything is stolen from him by the Empire, Kay actively cooperates with his revenge. She says it is simply her way of paying him back for helping grow Syndicate into what it is. But without her, he would never have gotten his hands on that artifact, and he would not be where he is now. As Zeke enters, he thinks that information is a weapon, and just like what Abel sees during the Blessing Rite, the future is always uncertain. His abilities are excellent, so if he manages to maintain a good relationship through this deal, it will benefit him greatly moving forward. While sitting in front of her, he notes that Kay's tastes remain the same as ever. She then asks him why the rising star of the Draker family wants to meet with her. Zeke says that he wants to open up trade with the Syndicate. Kay asks what reason a prodigy who has reached the level of blue at the age of 15, a high and noble pure blood awakened of the Draker family, would have to make a deal with a criminal organization like the Syndicate. Zeke wonders if she is already aware of what happened in Valhalla, finding it impressive. He then responds that since she is playing games, it seems she isn't too keen on the idea, and suggests she make a decision after seeing what he has to offer. He hands her a pair of earrings, explaining that they aren't just accessories, they are artifacts. He tells her to try them on, expecting her to be surprised. As she puts them on, she asks if they enhance mana recovery or something, noting that those are fairly common. But then she suddenly feels a difference and wonders if her recovery rate has improved by 10%, or maybe even 15%. Since most artifacts offer around 1% mana recovery, she knows something like this doesn't exist on the market. She suspects that either he has access to a route unknown to her or that he obtained this artifact on his own. She wonders who exactly this guy is. Zeke then asks if she's ready to talk now. Kay tells him he can open up a new account using the sealed personal statement he has. Since she has already requested a representative, all he needs to do is go to the Atlas Northern Bank and handle the items. She thinks that, although she had expected earrings, he wants to work with her to sell unknown artifacts through her. As she checks the documents, she notices that the deal offers her 10% for each item sold, with an additional bonus for every 10,000 sold. She considers this the upper limit of what she had in mind. She also realizes that Zeke is already aware that she's a magician, meaning he must have access to privileged information. Kay agrees to the terms and wishes them both good luck. Zeke then asks her one more thing, whether her ghost ship is okay. All her ghosts appear around her, and she wonders aloud, asking Zeke where he heard about that. Zeke replies that he's just asking questions about why she's so on edge. Kay, frustrated, asks if it's okay for him to threaten her, but warns that he's not truly prepared to handle the aftermath. As she observes Zeke's aura, she internally notes that she doesn't have enough information. She thinks Zeke Draker is supposedly the youngest Blue Knight, but that assessment might be wrong. Even if the entire Atlas branch of the Syndicate were to attack him at once, she concludes they would stand no chance. Zeke then suggests they move to a different location. At the Syndicate Atlas branch office, where Kay serves as the branch manager, she hands him a contract of oath. Zeke recognizes it and notes that it's a common item for magicians, a way to seal deals using one's own blood as ink. Despite its simplicity, the method's effects are absolute. Once the deal is signed, a seal appears on each party's arm, and should either harm the other, they would lose their life. While there are methods to make the seal disappear through betrayal or assassination, it would result in a severe and lasting restriction. Kay says she's relieved that he knows how it works and tells him to hurry up and sign, explaining that it's only logical for her to want some insurance in case things go wrong. There's no guarantee he won't change his mind and kill her later. Zeke then wounds his arm, draws the blood, and signs the contract, saying that if he can earn her trust, he has no issue signing it as she wanted. He then sits on the couch and suggests that, now that they're officially partners, they continue their conversation. He asks if the one using her ghost ship is distributing Soma from Marken. Kay appears uncomfortable, but admits that he's right, she is using it for Soma distribution from Marken. Soma, a drug classified as contraband within the kingdom, is now rampant across the southern continent, especially after the kingdom's collapse following the Civil War. Zeke comments that this spread must be due to interference or indirect allowance from the Transcendent household. While smoking, Kay confirms it, saying that even if the origin is Marken, those involved would want to avoid conflict with the Transcendent household. The only land route linking the central and southern regions, the desert territory, is controlled by the Transcendent household, Ishtar. However, several years ago, Ishtar shut its borders to all outsiders, effectively cutting off trade with the south. Zeke adds that with the land routes blocked and the sea routes mostly controlled by Pabella, Kay must have chosen to utilize the Syndicate's sea network. Kay remarks that she's simply fortunate to have clients willing to pay the price. Marken and Pabella, the two major criminal organizations ruling the lawless southern region, use the Central Forest as a boundary. Marken controls the north and Pabella the south. Initially, Marken distributed Soma using land routes. But once Ishtar blocked access, Pabella, already dominant over the seas, gained the upper hand. With no choice left, Marken was forced to seek alternative sea routes, already monopolized by Pabella. Then Kay shifts the topic, saying that none of this is what truly matters. What she wants to know is how Zeke found out about her ghost ship. The Syndicate's ghost ships are cloaked with invisibility magic to avoid detection. Since they are hidden from both pirates and naval forces, they have become a critical financial asset for the Syndicate and one of its most closely guarded secrets. Zeke, unable to reveal that he knows this from his past life, instead asks Kay if an information broker should really be requesting information. He then questions whether she should be focusing on Pabella's offer. Kay admits that Pabella has offered double the price they currently receive from Markin, in exchange for severing ties with them. As she says, they are still considering the proposal. Zeke quickly urges her to reject it. Approaching her table, he explains that the syndicate has an opportunity to use this to their advantage, slowing down both Pabella and Markin. However, once they cut ties with Markin, they lose a vital client for Soma. He reminds her that Pabella was supposedly made up of pirates once defeated by the Knights of White Silver. Kay reacts strongly, stating that Pabella is far removed from those idealistic pirates and should not be compared to them. Zeke insists that Pabella's current image is a facade. Their true aim is to uncover the syndicate's most valuable secret, the hidden sea route protected by the ghost ships. While Markin values the syndicate's smuggling capacity and seeks to preserve it, Pabella would likely attack the ghost ships the moment they discovered them. When Kay argues that the Southern Pirates and Pabella are supposed to be separate groups, Zeke slams his hand on the table, asking if she shouldn't be paying for the information he's giving her. He then makes a bold request. He wants her to get him an audience with Don Juan, the boss of Markin. If she does, he promises to make her the next leader of the syndicate. At night, Zeke moves with determination, thinking that although Kay's information network is impressive, it is still insufficient. In the past, the most efficient way to gain access to the syndicate's intelligence was by leveling the playing field and absorbing any organization that stood in the way. He silently declares that Don Juan should wait. The small flame he ignites today will only grow stronger and, in time, will consume him completely. At the Knight's nurturing facility, Valhalla, Zeke observes his surroundings and notes that it feels quite different from the Cradle and the Academy, with a noticeably freer atmosphere. As instructed by the Dean, he waits for a guide to arrive. Soon after, a man approaches and asks if he is Zeke, the one the Dean mentioned. The man casually places a hand on Zeke's shoulder and remarks that Zeke still has a long way to go to shed his Academy blood. Zeke immediately jerks his hand away and asks if he is the guide the Dean sent. The man confirms, somewhat offended by Zeke's tone, and introduces himself as Diego Villa, claiming he was personally assigned by the Dean to show Zeke around every corner of Valhalla. He also calls himself an evangelist of the new ancient music, a fusion of southern traditional percussion and central melodies. Zeke responds by saying they should get along, while internally recognizing him as Diego, the metered knight. He hadn't expected to meet someone destined to become one of the 5 divine knights. Zeke recalls that these 5 knights, who played crucial roles in the Continental War, were given the title of divine knights, and there was talk that all of them were alumni of Valhalla. He thinks he must confirm whether that is true. If things go well, it could help him strengthen his influence quickly. While eating, Zeke comments that the food is good. Diego replies that this Valhalla exclusive meal is something even he, a native of the South, acknowledges. He then asks Zeke if he has ever been to the South. Zeke responds that he has only heard a bit about it and shifts the topic, asking how a southern native like Diego ended up in Valhalla. Diego explains that it's a long story, but simplifies it by revealing that his parents are the rulers of a small kingdom in the south, making him a prince. He adds that some rigid traditionalists in his homeland insist on preserving the royal family's twin swordsmanship. Because he turned out to be a prodigy with twin swords, he was sent to Valhalla. Later, as they enter a classroom, Zeke asks Diego if it's all right to attend upperclassmen lectures like this. Diego replies that Valhalla is all about freedom. If there's a lecture someone wants to listen to, they can go wherever they want. He adds that today's special lecture isn't just any lesson, there are rumors that something big has been prepared for it. Meanwhile, some students nearby gossip about Zeke, pointing him out as the youngest ever to enroll in Valhalla, and mentioning that he's a direct descendant. They say he's even considered a prodigy who's serving as an instructor. Hearing this, Diego asks Zeke if he really is a Draker. In response, Zeke shows him his gloves. When Diego asks what they are, Zeke, frustrated, tells him that they are pure-blood gloves, symbols of a pure-blood Draker Awakener. Diego, surprised by the revelation, asks Zeke if those are really pure-blood gloves. He says that since Zeke didn't even take them off while eating, he thought Zeke was just stubbornly cool about keeping his gloves on, and he had no idea they were pure-blood gloves. Zeke thinks to himself that Diego came all the way to Valhalla without knowing about the pure-blood gloves. But this kind of reaction is still normal when someone encounters a pure-blood Awakener for the first time. Then Principal Flaubert speaks, calling for everyone's attention. Zeke thinks that he was wondering why there were so many people gathered, but it turns out this special lecture is being delivered by the Dean himself. Flaubert announces that, judging by the crowd, it's clear how much everyone was looking forward to this lecture. He says he'll skip the formalities and get straight to the main point. He explains that it took considerable effort to bring the guest speaker over a black knight of the Draker family returning from the field, Sir Duke Draker. Zeke, pleasantly surprised, thinks that since Duke has returned to the Four Seasons Fortress, perhaps he will now begin international activities. Duke begins his speech, saying it's an honor to be remembered even after stepping back from the front lines. He asks everyone to engrave the contents of the lecture deep into their hearts and souls. He mentions that he became a Black Knight after starting in the normal class of the academy. As his speech continued, dragging on, many of the students began to fall asleep. Zeke thinks to himself that Duke has been bragging nonstop for 2 hours now and wonders if he's ever going to stop. Eventually, Principal Flaubert forcibly takes the mic from Duke and says that although it may be disappointing to the students who were listening attentively, they are now out of time. He then announces that the second speaker is someone everyone no doubt already knows and requires no introduction. Despite being incredibly busy as a guardian, she has made time to come all this way. Zeke wonders who it might be and recalls that within the Draker family, knights are ranked as normal knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, and guardian knights. He notes that there are very few guardian knights, so the second speaker is surely a highly prominent figure. After a while, Zeke sees a girl with platinum blonde hair wearing white full-plate armor. He notes that her appearance makes her stand out, but he doesn't recognize who she is. Then he hears the students around him whispering and expressing their disbelief at seeing the White Silver Knight in person. Hearing this, Zeke realizes who she must be. She is the first of the Draker family's direct descendants, the White Silver Knight, Carol Draker. The port town of Asen serves as a crucial hub for sea travel across the central continent. Its geographical location makes it strategically valuable, allowing it to maintain secure trade routes with the trade city of the Dolter Republic, the southern continent, and even the eastern continent. However, the town's current prosperity is a sharp contrast to its past. Several decades ago, Asen was overrun by southern pirates. It was a lawless, chaotic region plagued by crimes of every kind. That changed when Carol became a knight of the Draker family. She began a relentless campaign to drive out the pirates. Over the course of 5 years, she succeeded. No pirates remained in Asen. Under the protection of the Draker family, the town transformed into the greatest port city in the region. The pirates who survived retreated into the deep waters south of the Dolter Republic. Carel's success in securing Asen's trade routes earned her recognition and the title of the youngest Guardian Knight, an accomplishment so remarkable that even Abel, before Zeke's regression and despite his overwhelming advantages, had never managed to achieve it. Zeke wonders that, although he expects an important figure, he never imagines it would be his eldest sister. He reflects that she is also currently engaged in the battle of succession against Abel Draker. It is only natural that he fails to recognize her face, since in his previous life, Carol Draker had already, though he stops that thought as she suddenly shouts for silence. Everyone becomes frightened by just that one call. Zeke notes that they all instantly tremble in fear, thinking it is only natural when a guardian knight yells at them like that. She then speaks up, saying that their attitude and behavior are not appropriate when a speaker has presented themselves. She adds that their forefathers would click their tongues if they saw them in their current state. She questions whether they think the life they now enjoy was granted without cost, and declares that it was built through the blood, sweat, and tears of their predecessors. She concludes that knowing this is meaningless unless they reflect it in their actions. She further states that only through rigorous training and strict adherence to rules can one develop a healthy mindset as a knight and truly become one. After the lecture, Zeke wonders about Diego, who leaves after saying that those 5 hours of composition have lit a fire in his soul, and that he has about finished the Valhalla tour, so he will be off now. Zeke thinks that this might be for the better, since he will be busy hunting for talents and living his life at Valhalla. He plans to search for Tarakan's secret library during downtime like this. As he moves off, saying that he will head out to look, Carol Draker approaches him from behind, calls his name, and asks if he could spare her some time. At Valhalla's public training room, Carol wields her sword. Seeing it, Zeke thinks that it is the mithril sword presented by the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom, originally bordering Essien, must have faced major issues due to the pirates, and as a gesture of goodwill for the benefits gained from their removal, they gifted Carl a sword and armor made from 100% pure mithril. Because of the appearance she had when wearing this gear, she received the title White Silver Knight of Atlas. Carol then says she wishes for him to show his abilities without hiding anything. Zeke understands that this is an invitation to a duel, likely because she has heard the rumors of him reaching the level of a Blue Knight after he demonstrated his aura blade. As he wields his sword, he thinks that he will respond accordingly, but unfortunately, he cannot fully comply. He considers that she is not the only one curious about the extent of his abilities, so revealing everything now would only place him at a disadvantage. The founding principle of the Draker family, being the law of the jungle, even reaching the level of a Blue Knight, is already an unheard of achievement. If word got out that he has power equivalent to a Red Knight, then the Simmons family, currently entangled in the succession battle, would go to any lengths to kill him. Moreover, the Patriarch would try to bring him under strict control. Revealing all his cards is a move he believes he can only make after surpassing the Patriarch. What he needs now is the social strength that comes from being part of a transcendent family. He has absolutely no intention of following the family's orders. Zeke then begins sparring with Carol as their swords clash. The system notifies him that the administrator's request has been confirmed, and the passive usage of his healing factor is temporarily paused. He considers that since his opponent is a Guardian Knight, there is a high chance she would notice the healing factor, and he does not intend to repeat the mistake he made with Duke. As Carol leaps toward him and slashes, Zeke dodges by moving up into the air. He wonders whether he needs to go to the red level, realizing that limiting himself to blue does not allow him to properly hold his ground. Carol then moves above him and lunges to strike, but Zeke blocks the attack, which causes a massive explosion. Carl remarks that most swords would have been split in two by now, noting the excellent durability of his weapon. Zeke thinks to himself that engaging in a full-on battle with a Red Knight while limiting his aura to blue is proving to be extremely difficult. Carol asks whether he is letting his guard down just because he has created distance between them. Zeke remembers something important before earning the title of White Silver Knight. Carol Draker had been known by another title. Because her aura blade resembled a massive sword in size and force, she was called the Giant's Blade. As Zeke barely dodges a powerful strike of a giant blade that causes massive destruction, his grin fades and his sword takes damage. Then another huge explosion occurs. Carol comments that she has not held back with that last attack. Emerging from the destruction, Zeke thinks he has done well in putting on a convincing act and asks Carl if she liked what she saw. Carl says that Zeke is incredible and expresses disbelief that he managed to block her strike, admitting he has exceeded her expectations. She then adds that she actually has some business with him, but before she can elaborate, Zeke faints. She rushes toward him, asking if he is okay, and observes that his internal wounds are serious, suspecting he might have used his aura excessively. She then gives him a potion, explaining that it is the Draker family's highest tier recovery potion and instructs him to drink it slowly. The system notifies Zeke that his request has been confirmed and that the healing factor has been temporarily activated. Zeke thinks to himself that this much should not give him away. He reflects that everything is part of his act, including the reactivation of the healing factor he had previously paused. He is deliberately hiding his full strength by pretending to have just barely reached the level of a Blue Knight. When Carl's blade approached him, he met it with only the minimum necessary defense, letting himself be struck intentionally. He notes that a small opening appeared just before the strike landed, making the rest go according to plan. He received her aura with his body, and since his constitution does not support aura usage, it naturally appeared as resistance. As a result, because Carol believes he can use aura, she will assume his internal injuries came from pushing himself too far. As Zeke sits up, Carol asks if he is feeling better. He replies that he is and thanks her. She then tells him to feel free to call her sister. In the outskirts of Atlas, inside a carriage hidden in the empty alleyways, Carol offers Zeke tea, mentioning that she prepared it because she heard he enjoys it. She adds that it was shipped by air from the eastern continent and hopes he will like it. Zeke thinks to himself that even the Patriarch has said something similar, and wonders just how far the tale of his liking tea has spread. He then comments that he can't believe they are inside a carriage, saying that looking from the outside, he never would have imagined the interior to appear this way. Carol explains that it is due to camouflage magic, as a Guardian Knight's carriage tends to attract too much attention. Zeke then asks if the subject she wishes to discuss is serious enough to cause trouble if others were to hear about it. She replies that it is about the Butchering Knight and states that she requires more power in order to stop Abel Draker. Zeke asks Carl what she means by that, referring to Sir Abel, and whether she is talking about the second son of the Draker family. Carl replies that she does not say it lightly and begins to explain from the beginning. She states that, at present, even though one of the Draker family's tenets is the oath of neutrality, Abel has broken that creed by involving himself in a national dispute. He is currently siding with the Rome Empire against Alentia in their conflict. Zeke thinks to himself whether Abel had already started making his move this early, and asks Carl if the Four Seasons Fortress is unaware of his actions. Carol answers that they are not unaware, but are overlooking it. She explains that the Four Seasons Fortress is currently divided, and that some members of the Elders' Assembly have begun supporting the Empire, which is why Abel is receiving internal support. Zeke then asks whether all of the Elders are siding with the Empire. Carol clarifies that some are still maintaining neutrality. Zeke expresses disbelief that the strict and traditional Assembly of Elders is merely staying neutral instead of opposing such actions, and concludes that it's only a matter of time before they all align with the Empire. Carol agrees that the current situation should be viewed that way. She says that although she is considering what methods to use, she cannot afford to sit and wait for Abel to be exposed. If they leave Abel alone, she says, it is inevitable that things will spiral into a great war. Zeke reflects that Carl's prediction is accurate. 3 years have already passed since his regression, and 7 years from now, the Drakers and the Rome Empire under Abel's leadership would ignite a continental war. Countless people would die or suffer, the skies would darken, and the lands would be soaked in blood. Carol then declares that she has resolved to gain enough power to stop Abel. She explains that Abel is currently manipulating the higher-ups in the Draker family, and likely assumes that those in lower ranks are aligned with her. However, she asserts that a true knight does not submit to authority, but instead upholds justice and righteousness. She continues that while remaining true to her beliefs, she intends to rally the normal knights near the Four Seasons Fortress. Finally, she adds that she has no intention of forcing Zeke to support her. He is still young, and as a pure-blood Awakener, his future is already assured. Zeke thinks he now understands the kind of person Carl Draker is. Although she has an iron will, if it is for the sake of justice, she is willing to act with the necessary flexibility. She is righteous and pure. He reflects that the reason an opening appeared in her giant's blade may have been due to her concern for him. Though she embodies the strength and resolve of a Draker, she also possesses a gentle soul. Carol tells him that in the worst-case scenario, he could be branded a traitor, so he should think it over carefully. Zeke thanks her for her concern and, bowing respectfully, says that he has already made his decision. Although he is still inexperienced, he wishes to join her on her path of chivalry. Carol smiles and expresses her gratitude. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla research facility, Zeke checks his stats and thinks back on his past life. Back then, he was able to gather current information about the family through K. But even so, he could not believe how deep the corruption had already run prior to the conventional war. He had originally planned to leave the Draker family early in order to reduce the risks posed by Abel's counteractions while gathering enough power to prepare for the coming war. However, now that someone else shares his goals, there may no longer be a need to leave the family. In fact, he considers this an ideal development. Staying in the family would make it easier to monitor Abel's activities, and with Carol leading the charge, Zeke would be shielded from direct retaliation. To make this strategy work, though, one critical step must be taken. He must officially become a knight and work to shift public opinion in Carl's favor. Zeke reflects that even though Carol is the firstborn and a guardian knight, she was neither a pure-blood Awakener nor from one of the great families. Because of that, in his past life, she had been overpowered by Abel's faction and failed to take control of the Draker family. However, he believes that if he, being a pure-blood Awakener, officially becomes a knight and lends his support to Carol, then the balance of power would shift. He decides to wait and endure, even if playing the role of a knight doesn't suit him in the slightest. As he reaches the Valhalla Research Facility's great central library, he notes that his true reason for coming to Valhalla is to find Terrikan's secret library. When he enters, the system notifies him that he has arrived at his destination. Zeke looks around and remarks that if this place is really the secret library, it is far from what he expected. There's nothing here that seems special or meaningful at all. Given that the system guided him here, he had assumed there would be something on par with Bahamut's Heart of Fang hidden in this place. He wonders if he has ended up coming here in vain. Before passing on the true dragon's swordplay, Sheltern Draker explains why he feels the need to create it. He says the relationship between dragons and humans begins with the great Hero King. It is because of the Hero King that even mere humans are able to form contracts with the supreme beings known as dragons. However, dragons do not help humans without a special reason. They only take pity on weak humans, who lack the unique traits that other races possess. As the number of contractors increases and they spread across the continent, building civilizations, Sheltern begins to worry. He fears that if transcendent beings like dragons act out of shallow feelings such as pity, then they could turn against humanity just as easily. If this fear ever becomes reality, humanity would be annihilated in a single day without being able to resist. Because of this, he searches for a way to combat dragons. His first thought is magic. But magic, he notes, is the very first gift that dragons grant to humans. It is because dragons inscribe circles into the hearts of humans who are incapable of generating mana on their own that they become able to cast spells. So, using magic to fight dragons seems foolish. His next thought is the elemental sword wielded by the Hero King, a weapon even dragons fear. But that power is granted only to someone who inherits the blood of the fairy monarch. With no other option, he immerses himself in research to discover a new power that only humans can wield. He explores the primitive swordsmanship of the North and the mysterious power of the East. There is nothing he does not try in his attempt to transcend the limits of humanity. Ironically, the person who aids him most enthusiastically is the Hero King himself, who is contracted to the dragon Kronos. Kronos says he helps because he finds it enjoyable, but Sheltern senses a strange determination from him that seems too strong for such a simple explanation. After the Hero King departs for the spirit world, Sheltern continues his research and eventually stumbles upon Aura, a power neither elemental nor mana-based, something only humans can wield. Having finally found a clue, he continues his research until his efforts bear fruit. He establishes the theory and application of Aura and the swordsmanship that utilizes it, and he composes and distributes the true dragon's swordplay. However, in a world where one can easily become powerful through dragon-made artifacts, the true dragon's swordplay, which requires effort and dedication, is neglected and cast aside. He expresses relief that his fears remain unfounded and that the present has not betrayed humanity while he writes these very words. Still, he believes the day will come when this swordsmanship will be necessary. If someone finds this book, he hopes they will understand his will and work to learn the techniques within. While reading it, Zeke receives a quest in which he learns the secret technique of the swordsman Sheltern Draker. The time limit is 3 months, and the reward is the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom treasury. He wonders why it appears immediately. He believes the Kronos Kingdom treasury must be filled with incomparably powerful artifacts. However, the time limit of 3 months makes him question if it will be harder to learn than the elemental swords. He decides that he must focus on learning the true dragon's swordplay for now. Zeke reflects that Sheltern turns out to be right after all. He doesn't know exactly how long after the Hero King's era it happens, but just as Sheltern predicts, the dragons eventually betray mankind, which leads to the Liberation War. He asks the system if there is no more useful information in the secret library, such as Terrakin's journal. The system informs him that the administrator's request has been confirmed, and one record matching the request has been found. A magic video record is about to be played. As the space around him begins to change, he notes that it feels similar to the beginning of the tutorial. Then, he is teleported to a strange desert-like place and wonders where he is. He observes that it seems to be a space the system has created. A huge dragon appears before Zeke, and his indomitable mental defense skill activates. He notes that it feels far too real. He recognizes the creature as Bahamut the dragon, once known as the king of all creations. Zeke identifies it as the evil dragon Bahamut and realizes that he hadn't even sensed the presence of the man standing behind him until the man opens his mouth. Noticing the figure, Zeke concludes that this man is a monster in a completely different sense from Bahamut, especially since the figure passes right through him. He deduces that he must be inside the recording and begins to wonder if this scenario is what was recorded in Terrakin's journal. He suspects that this might be the decisive battle between Bahamut and Terrakin Draker from the legend of the Dragon Slayer. Becoming excited, Zeke observes that it is beginning the legendary battle long passed down through stories. Bahamut then asks Terrakin why he hesitates, saying that he is disappointed in him as his contractor. Hearing this, Zeke wonders if Terrakin was truly Bahamut's contractor, just like how Kaiser contracted Kronos. If that is the case, he questions the legend of the Dragon Slayer, which claims Terrakin subjugated Bahamut. Confused, he admits that he can't understand what they are saying at all and asks the system if anything can be done. He recalls when Carl told him that dragons could betray humans. But then Bahamut speaks again, claiming that what is more likely is for the betrayal to come from the contractor. Zeke then wonders as Bahamut's corpse is reduced to ashes and disappears. Upon seeing the heart and fang of Bahamut, he recalls acquiring them at the home of the Dragon Slayer. He questions whether a dragon always turns to dust and leaves behind a part of itself like this upon death. However, considering that the pureblood gloves are crafted from dragon leather, he thinks it might be that Bahamut was a special case. He is then teleported back into the secret library and wonders if that marks the end of the video. Confused, he questions what exactly is going on and decides to return for now. After arriving at Valhalla's Great Library, he notes that Tarakan's secret library is now connected to the system, allowing him to access its records anytime and anywhere. He immediately attempts to replay Tarakan's diary. But, as expected, there is too much noise during that same part of the recording, making it impossible for him to hear the final exchange between Bahamut and Tarakan. Zeke acknowledges that, although he is unable to hear the final exchange from the video, it is not as though he walks away empty-handed. By consistently reviewing the records in Tarakan's secret library, he manages to discover something new, that the true dragon's swordplay is actually the origin of the dragon-slaying arts. He learns that Tarakan had simplified the intricate true dragon's swordplay and refined it into what is now known as the dragon-slaying arts. In doing so, the technique became easier to use, but its raw power diminished significantly. As a result, despite its dramatic name, the dragon-slaying arts could no longer deliver a fatal blow even to a dragonborn. However, with the right application of one's innate traits, the technique could still land a meaningful hit. Though its potency dropped, Tarakan managed to enhance its practical utility. What unsettles Zeke more than anything is the discrepancy between the globally accepted legend of the Dragon Slayer and the contents of Tarakan's diary. The public legend tells a straightforward tale. Tarakan slew Bahamut and ushered in a golden era of peace and prosperity, a typical heroic story. The broader narrative may not differ greatly from the diary, but nowhere in the legend is it stated that Tarakan and Bahamut were bound by a contract. It was not merely excluded, it was completely erased. He then receives a letter from Kay, who writes that it has been a while since they last spoke. She says she's unsure why Zeke has suddenly taken an interest in ancient folktales, but as requested, she investigated every known variation of the legend of the Dragon Slayer across the continent, even including obscure versions not translated into the gods' common tongue. As expected, not a single version mentions contracts between humans and dragons, nor do they contain information about the dragons Tarakan or Kaiser were said to be contracted with. Yet, Kay reveals something odd. In every corner she searched, the same repeated phrasing appeared again and again, almost as if there were a deliberate conspiracy behind it. Eventually, she dug too deep and received a warning directly from the Draker family. Because of this, the Syndicate has withdrawn from the investigation. They have no desire to create friction with the Drakers. Zeke burns the letter and walks away, stating that with this, he is now certain the Draker family is censoring information about Tarakan. He questions why that would be the case, especially since the Drakers, one of the three transcendent families, earned their renown through Tarakan, who is widely praised as the first Dragon Slayer. And yet, it is the same Draker family that is actively restricting information about both Tarakan and Bahamut. Regardless of the motive, Zeke concludes that this clearly points to something bigger at play. Believing he might have overlooked something, he decides to revisit the secret library. As he enters, he notes that today, all the employees including Decker should be off, and both Duke and Andre should arrive late due to prior business. But when he senses someone's presence, he becomes alert and wonders who could possibly be there. He activates the system's mini-map, and upon seeing the display, he notes that there are only two presences confirmed, one outside and one inside. He suspects that it might be the hunting dogs from the giant mountains tracking him down, but quickly dismisses the thought. He reminds himself that he had never used a long sword or revealed dragon-slaying art at that time. Even if these are the hunting dogs, they probably haven't connected him to the incident yet. Therefore, what matters most is not identifying the individuals, but figuring out who sent them. Zeke then enters a room and shuts the door behind him, quietly emerging from the window behind the intruder. He analyzes that the person most likely to have sent someone this close is Abel, perhaps an assassin dispatched by him after uncovering the alliance between Zeke and Carol. That explanation fits the situation best. Zeke then draws his knife and addresses the intruder, saying that they don't have to answer if they don't want to because he has plenty of ways to extract the truth either way. Zeke tries to attack the masked man, but the man precisely blocks each of his strikes. After struggling for a while, Zeke starts to suspect the man's identity. He thinks that even if someone masks their appearance, it is difficult to conceal their style of swordsmanship during battle. He recognizes the style as a form of knifemanship from the Gorkha Kingdom, located in the northern region of the continent. He recalls that the Gorkha Kingdom's rangers are known as the strongest among the rangers, who serve as the northern continent's guardians. They wield kukris, daggers with a distinct shape, and due to their exceptional skills, they are highly valued across the central continent, often deployed for special missions. Zeke concludes that if the man is a Gorkhan ranger, then Abel cannot be behind it, since the rangers never accept missions that create grudges, such as assassinations. Moreover, the masked man is behaving far too defensively for a ranger. Zeke notes that even when he purposely creates openings in combat, the man shows no intention of exploiting them. Though clearly skilled enough to react, he never tries to pressure Zeke, which leads Zeke to assume that the man's goal is not to eliminate him, but to secure him. At that moment, Zeke notices a ball-shaped object being thrown from the window. He deduces that the person outside has begun to act, and that this is likely a sedative meant to neutralize him. He identifies the characteristic scent of mandragora rootlets, commonly used in sedatives, and decides to test it. The system alerts him that compounds from mandragora rootlets are detected, and his poison resistance skill activates. His knife falls to the ground as he collapses. The masked man lifts Zeke onto his shoulder and carries him away. Meanwhile, Zeke reflects that if Abel is not behind this, then he has no idea who the kidnapper could be or their purpose. But he decides it is best to prepare himself for whatever lies ahead.